We've made it. The NBA Finals are here and every play matters. And right now, FANATICS Sportsbook is the only place you need to be. No matter how you bet the finals, you're earning FANCASH, up to 10% back on every bet, win or lose. And you can spend it on gear, collectibles, and experiences only FANATICS can give you. You already know Fair Play Injury Protection has your back if a player goes down in the first half. And with the profit boost available for every game this series, every bet hits harder. This is the finals. Switch to FANATICS Sportsbook and get more ways to win when it matters most. Winning hits different here. Give me a second here. Welcome to the Knicks Film School Postgame Show presented by FANATICS Sportsbook. You'll have to forgive me. I still have not regained my composure. That shot always goes in against us. That shot always goes in against us. Doesn't matter whether it's Victor Wembanyama or Tyrese Halliburton or LeBron James, Michael Jordan. That shot always goes in against us because we're the Knicks. We are the side character in somebody else's story. I swear to God, I lost my mind during the watch along when the Deuce McBride 3 put them up by 14 points. And yet, in the back of my mind, and no, sorry, that wasn't the Deuce 3. That was I put them up 12. The OG pass to the corner and then the cat pass to the corner and the OG dunk. And even when they were up 14 with 6 and change to go, I knew, because I just know NBA history. And by the way, I remember what happened a year ago, and I knew it wasn't over. And I said to Andrew Claudio on the watch along, I said, next 3 minutes, man, next 3 minutes are going to tell us what kind of game this is. Either the Spurs make their push and it's a game down the stretch, or we make our push and we do everything that we need to do. And and I didn't expect to lose the entire lead in the next 3.5 minutes, but that's what they did. And as I'm sitting there watching that, it is utterly unbelievable how everything this team has done, all 12 consecutive wins, most competent franchise, one of the most competent franchises, certainly in the National Basketball Association. Like, they got the squad. You can't count them out, so on and so forth. I've written all the words. I've spoken them into this microphone. Every ounce of it gets washed away, and it's just the old pain and the old scars and the old PTSD just comes all the way back up to the surface. And I'm watching this, and I'm going to say, of course, this is how it's going to go down. Of course, the Knicks, after winning game 1 of the finals on the road and having a 14-point lead midway through the fourth quarter of game 2 and putting this young team away for good, of course, the Knicks are going to be the one to give up that lead. And it's a series, and they will inevitably lose, in heartbreaking fashion. And it all comes rushing back. Charles Smith comes rushing back. 8 points in 8.9 seconds comes rushing back. The finger roll comes rushing back. The suspensions come rushing back. Olajuwon getting a fingernail on the fucking ball comes rushing back. It all came rushing back, and you're watching this. You're watching this, and you're seeing your fucking life flash before your eyes. in the biggest stage imaginable. And it all leads up to one shot by the player who has already been written in magic marker, the darkest black ink you can imagine. It is going to be his league for the next 15 years. And he has the chance to write the first legendary chapter that they're going to show on highlight reels until I'm long gone. And he has the chance, and he has the shot, and he misses the shot. And we win the fucking game. I'm delirious. I'm legitimately delirious. I can't believe he missed the shot, and we won that game. Look, the Knicks did not win the finals tonight. They are up 2-0. They have taken both games in San Antonio. They did what they came to do. If this Spurs team showed you anything in the last 7 minutes of that game, it is that they will not lay down and die. They will come out on Monday night and they will be ready to play. They will be ready to give it their all. They are not going to go away. You are going to need to continue to beat this team. So the finals did not end tonight. But my God, what a win that was. And like, it's breaking my brain because we got the miss and then we got everything that happened leading up to the miss. And this team scored. I mean, how many points did they when OG dunked on Wemby, that put them up 97-83. They scored 8 points for the rest of the basketball game. And like, we'll talk about those points, and they were all important points. How about OG Anunoby 3 for 3 from the free throw line? Ice water running through every vein in his body. JB with the one make he had, the one make. Oh my God. And that was the other part of it. I was convinced that the prince that was promised, the one who we have been, have fallen in love with over these last 4 years, was gonna be the GOAT, not the capital G, capital O, capital A, capital no, the all lowercase, the GOAT, and have to wear 7-25 with one massive missed free throw around his neck like an anchor, potentially for the rest of his life. That's what we're talking about here. Those are the margins. And I was convinced, because again, we're the Knicks. We don't get the guy. Our guy, eventually our guy will falter. But tonight, did he have it? No. But his teammates picked him up. And that's what this team is all about. And that's what they've been about since they put it together. It's what they've been about since they hired Mike Brown as coach. And it's what they've been about every step of the way on this entire playoff run. It has been about the team. It's not about any one guy. It's about every guy. And talk about heroes. There are some heroes that we will talk about tonight. I'm going to bring DJ Zullo up on the stage in a second, because I know, we have different age ranges here at Knicks Film School. I'll bring him up right now, because, we're not the oldest. Shout out to my compatriots, Jeff and Sean. I think they got us both beat by a little bit. Not much.
Not much.
We are before OGs, though.
Yes.
And we have the scars in the way that Andrew and Jeremy and Mensa, I love all of you. Rebecca, we love all of you guys. You bring something different to this party, because when you have, I don't know, did they ever go away for you, DJ? I don't think they did.
No. I mean, when you talked about all those nightmares coming back into your mind, I mean, I had all the same thoughts. Charles Smith and Olajuwon, all those things, the suspensions, it all came flooding back. And it's like, you said it perfectly. Like, the basketball gods, they always they always figure out a way to break the Knicks' hearts, and they just gave us one tonight. And it feels like you run out of that building like you stole. I know you're up 14, but it just feels like because of the PTSD, because of the past heartbreak, it just feels like you got out of there by the skin of your teeth, and it feels like we stole it, and it feels like we deserved it. And like Knicks fans, like I'm thinking about Knicks fans our age, older, younger, like we deserve that shot to not go in. Like it just, if there's any just one time for the shot not to go in, because when it was midway from his hands to the rim, like you, I was so convinced that ball was going through the hoop. And when it didn't, it took me like 10 full seconds to fully grasp that they won the game. And I don't think I've really processed it. Like I'm in like physical discomfort right now. My head is pounding, my stomach hurt. Like this was a game that I'm not going to look back on with like, even if they win 2 more, like this game is just like, it would have been a travesty to lose it. But even in winning it, like I have this, it's like a weird feeling to come out of there, even though it's 2-0 because of how it ended. But I'm going to have to take some time to sort of wrestle with this, because the point is we got one that maybe we shouldn't have gotten at the end, but we got it. And you know what? We're not apologizing for any of it.
I'm sorry. If there is one fan base in the NBA, one fan base out of 30 teams in the NBA that does not need to apologize for a blessed thing, it is us.
Yes.
And I don't even know who would be, because there is a gap. There is an ocean between the distance between us and whoever you want to put number 2 on that list is bigger than the distance between whoever you want to put number 2 on that list and pick one of the Celtics or the Lakers.
Yeah, it's not 53 years. That's not the point.
No, that's not the point.
Because if they didn't have the moments that we've talked about where your heart was just ripped out of your soul and stomped and ripped apart, and then you feel like every time you have a shot, and this is the year, that this will be, next year will be the year.
Yeah.
And it just never happens, and it happens in the worst possible way. That's why the gap between 73 and whatever's going to happen in this one feels so raw, is because of all the things that have gone wrong. But like, enough did go right. Like, you know, it's funny, like 97-83. And then Harper gets to, he gets downhill and he's able to get a free throw. And it was sort of like, it changed the momentum a little bit, but they got the lead to 97-83. Like, this team let go of the rope a little bit, and we can talk about some of the major offensive concerns down the stretch, where there were times where they didn't know what the play was, who was supposed to screen. There was utter confusion in the last like 5 or 6 possessions. But for this team to build that lead and I thought found some things that are going to carry over into games 3 and 4. And I think that's also part of the narrative tonight, is that, yeah, they let go of the rope and they made some egregious errors down the stretch, but they built a great lead against a team that was trying the hardest to get this game. So I think that's also part of the equation here. But I'm just so thankful that we got one, and we're up 2-0 in the finals, and it doesn't seem real right now.
And look, the Brunson steal was a right place, right time steal, but he was in the right place at the right time, and he stole the ball and he drew the foul. Vic fouled him, and like, that was the go-ahead point. Would have liked him to make 2, but that's okay. They look. Can we credibly sit here and say that they won the game with defense down the stretch? I mean, 29 points in the fourth quarter, and again, the vast majority of those were scored. I mean, we could do some quick math right now. So 97-83, the Spurs ended up with 104 points. So that's 19 over the last, what was it, 6 and change? I think that roughly checks out.
Yeah.
That's a lot. Did I feel like their defense ever fully let go of the rope? I didn't feel that way. I thought the Spurs made some incredible shots and like they tapped into their talent and they made some shots.
No, and De'Aaron Fox is a big time player, and he looked healthier tonight. And he got Brunson on a couple of switches, was able to get to the rim. Obviously, Wembanyama as a threat at the rim is huge. But yeah, I mean, the defense did hold, and Mitchell Robinson.
We haven't said his name yet, and
two massive stops.
Two massive stops.
And, he looks up to Wemby literally, and but he's got the 7'5" wingspan. And he's as we've talked about, and it's been more of a thing being discussed because of his hand injury on the right hand, contests with his left hand. And there are those two left hand contests, one in the left corner at 104 all, and then obviously the one on the right wing where you look, it's a clean-ish look because he's that big. But if all you're trying to do is just take whatever the field goal percentage would be against a normal player, and you're just trying to bring that number down to a more manageable level and just get your hand up. And what was funny is I thought one of the just kind of a disappointing moment in the game was when it was 87-75. Mitch has Wemby has Mitch top of the key. Wemby just stares him down, pulls the three. Mitch never gets a hand up. And you could see Mike Brown at that moment yelling at Mitch, you got to contest. You got to get a hand up. And he got a couple hands up late in the game, and he just did enough to force a couple of misses. And okay, they're just massive. And look, Mike Brown made the right moves. That you could say it's obvious to get Mitch in the game, but he made the move. He got Mitch in there, and he was able to get two stops against a guy that was really doing a lot of damage in that fourth quarter.
I gotta tell you, I didn't have any issue with anything Mike Brown did in this game. I didn't have anything a huge issue with yeah, I mean, there was obviously some. So, do you want to talk about the last? I mean, they're up 2-0 in the NBA Finals, and we're both sitting here, and I could tell your energy is matching mine, which is like, we should be having a fucking party, and yet I can't fully.
So we need to have a moment. You know what this is? This is our collective PTSD, kind of intertangling, and it's creating the vibes. We need to just take a deep breath. And just as Andrew said to us when we first logged, we're up 2-0.
They're up 2-0
NBA
in the finals.
We're 2 wins away from an NBA championship. That's fucking unreal. And as I said, they did some amazing things like this. How about 76-72? And there's no Cat, and there's no Brunson in the game, and it's Deuce pull up, Bridges pull up, Bridges pull up, Bridges, Mitch lob. And and before that, you're like, how are they going to generate offense against the Spurs defense that was just in their shirts the entire game? And 3 incredibly hard shots being made, and then Bridges with the lob to Mitch. I mean, maybe Bridges we should talk about him.
It was
I know he missed shots late. He was unreal.
It was the defining stretch of the game. Without question, it was the defining stretch of the game. I don't know if I would say that Mikal Bridges was my defining player of the game, although 40 big minutes and never once let up on defense. He was there defensively the entire game, 20 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists. That is as big time of a stat line on 8 of 13 shooting. That is as big time of a stat line as you're going to get from Mikal Bridges in any game of this nature. And that stretch was absolutely the defining stretch of the game. And because they won it, as of right now, it is the defining stretch of the series. Never needs to apologize for anything again.
Yes.
He is free and clear because needless to say, they do not win this game without Mikal Bridges. And then we're going to bury Landry Shamet after the top 2. And because the top 2 gave the performances that they gave, and Landry ends up with you look at the stat line, you're like, okay, he scored 13 points on 12 shots. That's not incredible. And yet anyone who watched the basketball game, you will not soon forget Landry Shamet's impact. To say nothing of the impact of a few other people. We talked about Mitch already. Deuce, obviously. Hosea had the most impactful 0-4 stretch for 10 minutes. I thought he was very good. But we got to talk about Karl Anthony Towns.
Yep.
And we're halfway through the NBA Finals. The Knicks are up 2-0. And if we were to vote on the MVP of the NBA Finals halfway through, or with the Knicks halfway to an NBA title, Karl Anthony Towns is the MVP, and I don't think it's close.
Not close. He's been incredible.
Everything that they could have possibly envisioned him giving them in these games. 21 points on 12 shots, 13 rebounds, including 3 on the offensive glass, a couple of massive ones. In terms of all over the game. Oh, that's what it was. So Brunson had to make to put them up 102-99. Hit 3 makes in the fourth quarter. So he had the floater and on the fast break floater in the beginning of the fourth. He had the make that came after Cat got them an extra possession to make it 102-99, and then he obviously got the one that tied it up. Which, like, look, Jalen Brunson's not going to get a lot of love tonight. That was a tough shot to make it 104 all.
Oh, I mean,
tough shot.
Yeah, I mean, they're just they are. And before we get back to Cat, we should say, I mean, I don't know how much of referee talk we're going to get into, but they are allowing some, let's just say, aggressive point of attack defense on Jalen Brunson.
It's part of the story, Deej. It's part of the story. It has to be.
Has to be. And you know what? The other thing the Spurs are doing is if he gets past his initial defender, and they did this primarily in the fourth quarter, they're nexting the next rotation. So the player on the closest player to the wing is sliding over and taking Brunson. So they're just disallowing any dribble penetration. So it's like he's isolation against one guy. Now he gets downhill, another one slides over, and now in this case it was Champagnie who he's now got to work in an isolation situation again. It's just incredibly exhausting, and for him to just get to his spot and have the wherewithal to just have that lean back Dirk fadeaway to tie it at 104. I mean, it's going to be lost a little bit, but needless to say, they probably don't win the game if he doesn't make it. And just a classic Brunson make from that spot of the floor, which has become sort of like where he likes to go late in games, around the right elbow, maybe a little bit deeper, but that's a shot he's so comfortable, or an area he's so comfortable making. He's made 2 in the series that are going to go down as some of the biggest shots in the history of the franchise if they go on to win 2 more. And
they have to get the 2 more. I'm looking at the final score on the ESPN page. It seems wrong.
I know, because we just are so conditioned to be on the other side of it. But we would have been on the other side of it, and probably not in a traumatic way, in a way that the Spurs would have won going away if Karl Towns wasn't the best player on the floor for most of that game, at least 3 quarters.
Not your first rodeo. Karl Anthony Towns. I read his stat line. Like, the notion that, and you guys talked about it on X's and O's before the series. If you would have, obviously there was the possibility that the Spurs were going to put Wemby on Towns, and we thought that was the thing that they might try to do. One name we have not said, although he got a massive defensive rebound on the first Wembanyama miss in the final minute. One name we haven't said is Josh Hart. Josh Hart, 18 minutes tonight. He was my player of the game, despite having only 1 made field goal in game 1. This was not Josh Hart's night.
It was not.
Made a few plays. We'll get back to Josh Hart in a bit. Why did I bring up Josh Hart? Oh, because we said, all right, well, if Wemby's not on Hart, then he's going to be on Cat, and Hart hasn't really been on the floor all that much, and we could talk about why that is, but Wemby's been on Cat a lot. And if you would have told us before the series that Wemby was going to be guarding Cat as much as he would, as much as he is, and Cat was going to have the series that he's having, and he had that moment again, it's like it happened in the midst of when the Knicks were up big, so maybe it gets lost a little bit. It shouldn't. when he was, I forget what the exact thing he said was. He was basically like, he
You
can't handle me.
You can't F with me. Yeah.
Can't fuck with me.
Yeah.
Listen.
Yeah, I know.
I'd
already cursed 5 minutes ago, 6 minutes ago. I don't know why I held it back there, but yeah. And he was right.
Wemby can't fuck with him.
Can't.
No one can right now. My honestly, for all the stuff late in the game that is like, you know what it is? It's not. Sorry, it's not that is like preventing me from being exuberant as I am. It's just I had mentally I was just like so preparing for the loss. I can't now extricate myself out of that.
I'm 100% with you. That's exactly where I am. It's like we went from, all right, you're up big, to let's just keep pushing this, and we've seen this team just push leads once you have it, to go in the other and whatever. But it's just it's a roller coaster, and this has been a grind series, and Cat's been up for the grind. He got lost in the fourth quarter, which has been sort of a reoccurring theme. Obviously, there's 2 years here.
That's what I was saying. That's my thing. That's the only thing that's like really sticking with me is like, man, I wish they could figure that part out to make sure that doesn't happen again.
And it's tough because they know they're switching every Brunson Cat screen. They were really aggressive when Cat did pop to bring over a third defender. And I'll say this for the Spurs, they are so quick with their rotations because Cat has the ball multiple times when he's catching against a rotation, and Cat's a quick decision maker, but if he's it's like a split second off and the rotation's already been made on the swing from Cat. So credit to them, but there's nothing in his game right now that is not at peak form. Athletically, he's at, I think, the best he's looked all year, which is incredible 100%. When you're talking about playing in the NBA Finals, and this is the best he's looked in terms of his finishing, his quickness, and look, he's able to defend Wemby. This is a guy, by the way, guarded Kevin Durant a few years ago, guarded Jokic obviously in that Minnesota series very well, and now he's guarding Wembanyama, and he's making his life tough. Like, he's building this defensive resume, at least as a one-on-one defender. That's You can't call this guy a bad defender anymore. I'm just done. I've done it before. I'm not doing it. And he's been everything you wanted. 19 and 12 in the finals on the efficiency and the defense. It's obviously the MVP the first 2 games overall. And the Spurs just don't have an answer for him because they were keeping Wemby back on the line. And they were really aggressive. There's possessions where Wemby was guarding Brunson because Brunson was the lowest player in the corner, so Wemby just stayed there. And I thought like the Knicks going to the 5-shooter lineup, and this is where the Knicks are different than Oklahoma City, is that they just spread them out so much that the rotations that were pretty, much closer in the Oklahoma City matchup, where now the Knicks are spreading them out. It was really tough for them in terms of the Spurs defense. And Cat's he sort of carries the weight of that because of what he can do putting on the floor and his 3-point shooting and his passing. Like, he is playing like an MVP right now, and it's amazing to see. And I'm just like, I feel great for him to do this on the stage because it's just going to quiet a lot of the bullshit that's been out there regarding him not being tough enough and all this stuff. So I'm sure that stuff's still going to be out there, but I'm hoping he's putting a lot of that to bed.
This is a career redefining. You want to know how good this postseason's been for Cat? Regardless of what he did or didn't do in this postseason, Karl Anthony Towns was already going to waltz into the Hall of Fame. And forgive anybody watching or listening who doesn't give a shit about the Basketball Hall of Fame, because oftentimes it is like the Basketball Hall of very good. But like, just there are certain numbers that if you hit the numbers, like, you're just going to get in. Cat's going to have 20,000 points, 10,000 rebounds, and 3,000 assists. There have been, I wrote him in the newsletter the other day, 12 or 13 guys in the history of the league that have done that. All but one were members of the top 75 all-time team. So the numbers, again, they could have gotten swept in the first round, and if he had played another 3 healthy years, waltz into the Hall of Fame. And yet, this has been a career redefining postseason for Karl Anthony Towns. Now, there will be some people out there who will tell you, no, that's just for you clowns who always doubted him. And you know what? There is some fairness to that because he has been, I would say, relatively unfairly maligned, and he gets a lot of extra grief because of how it looks, as we've talked about for the last 2 years. When it looks bad, it looks very bad. And that's all fair. And the impact metrics are what the impact metrics are, and they've always been outstanding. The numbers obviously are what the numbers are. And yet I'm still not backing off of that. Ultimately, like, does he care about public perception? Does he not give any bit of a shit about public perception? I don't know. I can't possibly pretend to peer into what actually makes this guy tick. But man, there's not going to be anybody who has any semi reasonable opinion that people will that are actually worth listening to, that is going to be see anything other than this guy is absolutely one of the best players of all time. And that's not hyperbole.
It's not. And look, it's not. The Knicks have been, this run at least has been compared to the 11 Mavericks in ways where they kind of sneak up on you and have this great run. It's not. He's not carrying the same load of responsibility on offense, but it did. That series redefined Dirk at a similar stage. Late 20s, early 30s. Yeah, and Dirk wins that. And he just talked about, and it's been that no player has ever gained more, I think, esteem amongst NBA watchers, analysts, fans than Dirk winning that finals. I don't know if Cat winning it would reach that level, but it's going to come pretty close. Well, it's going to come pretty close. And I will say, Cat has had, I mentioned, some playoff moments and series where he's done really well, but the sustained success has never really been there. Like, he's had great playoff moments, but he's never gotten to, an A- to A+ level game after game after. He's never gotten to that point.
The consistency.
And to his credit, the consistency has not quite been there. It's been there this year. And it's why he is, in a lot of ways, led this team in terms of like how he lifts them offensively to this point, 2-0 in the finals, because he's figured out the consistency. The coach has figured out his usage in a way that is, symbiotic with the team. The camaraderie, not off the floor, the on the court camaraderie is just breathtaking at times. It deserted them late in the game, but for roughly 38 to 40 minutes, it was there again tonight. And it's just such a great thing to lean on in terms of like, the Spurs are playing with their hair on fire, and yet the Knicks weathered a storm. They got down double digits, and they just keep doing their thing. And they know, because they know they're going to find the openings. And what Kat said in game one, like, our offense will catch up. It does feel like their offense is eventually going to find ways to pierce the defense. And again, it didn't sustain the 48 minutes, so we can get into why, but to build that 14-point lead, it certainly did. And it's led by him in a lot of ways.
Well, look, I think the headline of the finals through 2 games is Jalen Brunson is 19 of 56 from the field, and the Knicks have 2 wins and the Spurs have 0. It has to be the headline. It has to be the
Imagine if someone told you those numbers and said, how many wins do you think the Knicks are getting on the road with Brunson going 19 of, 56. 56.
And that's the reality. So, all right, let's spend a couple minutes on the good and a couple minutes on the bad. What do you think the Knicks figured out tonight from, actually, no. Well, I'm going to ask you, what do you want to start with? What they figured out that was good, or what started to go wrong?
Well, let's just go what kind of went wrong a little bit and end on a higher note. I think in the fourth quarter, I thought the Castle leaving the game gave the Knicks this opportunity here where it seemed like one. All right, we now have a target. De'Aaron Fox has the Brunson matchup. We are now going to attack that. I mentioned how the Spurs were nexting their coverage and sliding over another defender every time Brunson got a step. It's a really challenging defense to play against, because you just have to be really quick with your decisions out of that. And the Spurs, to their credit, were just it's funny. They started the game playing at this incredible defensive pressure pace, and they ended it playing at that pace. In the middle, it sort of left them because it just isn't sustainable how hard they were playing guarding the basketball. But I thought the Knicks actually got out of their offense when Castle left the game. Who knows? I don't know if we will get an update on the injury. He seemed like he injured his leg a little bit.
Yeah, we don't
know.
He
leaves, and it felt like the Knicks kind of got bogged down a little bit. And then there was just so much confusion on who was supposed to screen where, because the Spurs weren't sending late. They weren't sending two to Brunson. And it almost like the Knicks know so well what to do out of that. It just, it's like automatic. They know send where the help's coming from, where to flash, usually to the middle, a lot of times with Bridges. And it just felt like they didn't want to screen with Towns. I guess they're worried about the switching. And I think Brown still has this idea of like Towns and the turnovers, the ball in his hands late in games. And obviously with Brunson, we've seen it. Like you're going to usually get a good shot, but I just felt like, I just felt like there's going to have to be a reckoning with how they, because if they get into a close game in game 3, like there's going to have to be a little more awareness of how the Spurs are defending them, and then how to attack that, because it just seemed like there was so much ad-libbing late and they just worked quick with it. And that was the departure that was so stark to me, because this team is, I think what they've really been great at is like quick decision making and then just attacking, and they just didn't do it. And they got bogged down a little bit.
I mean, the one possession that was the Mikal Bridges turnover that he drove into just a wall of bodies, and it ended with the Victor Wembanyama and one that put them up by 2 points. I was like, what is this? Like, this is that was the moment, because before that moment, like they had gotten shots, and like some of the shots, I mean, we're sitting here lamenting like how they gave up a 14-0 run. There were some good shots in that 14-0 run, that they got and that just missed. But down the stretch, like you said, it was like a handful of possessions, and it culminated in that Bridges one where it's like, and so maybe it was just as simple as, like, when I saw that, I'm like, oh, Brunson just isn't confident. That was my thought.
He went right to the corner. Yeah. Which you just don't usually see.
And I'm wondering how much of what you're talking about in terms of what the Spurs did down the stretch and how much it threw off the Knicks. Could it maybe be as simple as, like, because you're saying Brunson had one guy on him, and it was a guy you should be able to take advantage of. Maybe just Brunson was like, I'm not, like, his confidence was shaken, but he was like accepting, like, this is not my night. I don't know.
Yeah. It was I just think it was a really challenging game in terms of the exhaustion physically. It felt like his just getting the ball up the court. It reminded me in some not so great ways 2 years ago, Indiana, where it just felt like they were really just wearing on him. They gave Hart that one opportunity to bring it up, and he turns it over and gets the flagrant. No. And look, Deuce McBride had a couple of times. It looked like Deuce, credit to him for making some shots. He looked like he couldn't dribble the basketball tonight.
Well, there was the backcourt. The backcourt violation that wasn't a backcourt violation, but yes, there were other times where he got into some hot water. I do want to transition for a second, because we've been talking for almost 40 minutes, and I guarantee you that there are people that have been screaming the entire time. How are you guys not talking about the refs? Deuce McBride's backcourt was not a backcourt. The Mitchell Robinson technical, that was just the most nonsensical thing in the world. And then culminating in a second half where, even as the Knicks were going on this run, the fact that the first free throws the Knicks shot in the half were the 3 free throws from OG that had to come after a challenge on the most blatant foul you could ever imagine. And I'm sitting there and I'm watching Tony Brothers, and, Knicks fans who may not know, like, the Knicks have an atrocious record with Tony Brothers as the head referee. The Spurs have a great record with Tony Brothers as the head referee. And there were just, it did not, to me, watching tonight, and look, there would have been, if they had lost the game, there would have been attention taken off of the refereeing, because if you have a 14-point lead with 6 minutes and change to go, like, you have to close the basketball game if you're a title team. And they did that ultimately at the end of the day, despite how it looked. But the refereeing in the game was an atrocity. And I just, Like, it needs to be said. I don't know what else there is to say about it, but the refereeing in the game was an atrocity. That's all there is to it.
I mean, the Mitch technical, like I don't even, it didn't make any sense at the time. And then you see the replay and it obviously looked worse that they would tee him up for that. Brutal on that one. Look, the Knicks lost 3 points to obviously the Josh Hart flagrant, which should have been a flagrant, and then the Mitch T. So that Victor shot goes in, I'm sure we would have had to unfortunately talk about that.
Thankfully, we don't have to. And I get it. Look, the league has partners, and they're trying to get as many finals games as possible. But
look, I mean, Richard Jefferson said it that when OG was at the line, like how are they only have X amount of? Well, you said it was the first time.
It was the first time in the entire second half that they went to the free throw.
Yeah, and that's just that can't be the case in a game like that. And then the cat offensive foul. It was almost like they had this. They were honed in and really like hyper focused on really sort of technical fouls, not technical literally, like the figurative.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Really like trying to microscope what the Knicks are doing on their end. And then the Spurs end, I mean, Jalen Brunson, I swear was fouled 15 times just bringing the ball up the court.
And that's the other part of this is like, how can we fully separate out the 7 for 25 with how they're not calling anything on anybody? I mean, Jalen Brunson got to the line 5 times tonight. One was on a foul, 3-point shot that he was fouled on, which was very obvious. And the other one was the foul at the end of the game. Like, you can't tell me that Jalen Brunson can play 38 minutes in a basketball game and go to the line twice with the way they're defending him. You just can't tell me that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also part of I just didn't think he had drives to the rim that were the sort that we're going to draw some fouls. So I think part of it is how the Spurs defended him and how well they defended. To me, I just think you have to call some of those ball pressure fouls early, because once you don't call them, you're basically giving them free reign to do whatever the hell they want to do on him. And I think if you call some early, they have to back off, because what they were allowing them to do in Castle primarily was just like that's at that point, it's not really like basketball. And look, we've talked about how we grew up watching the 90s, and like I get that, and that's physical playoff basketball to a point. But if it gets to a level where the player can't even function as a ball handler, a player like Jalen Brunson, who has some of the best ball handling skills in the league because of how physical and how aggressive they were given the right to be in that game, I think is where the referees erred. And that's not even, again, talking about the egregious technical on Mitch. And then I thought the cat foul was just a play on that hook offensive foul they called late. So yeah, it was in a way 5 versus 8 in that game. And they came out with a win, thank God. But yeah, the officials, that needs to be addressed in some way. I'm sure the Knicks will address some of it. Most teams do when they feel like they got the wrong end of the stick in that way. But yeah, bad job by the officials. Thank God it didn't really hurt the Knicks.
So let's end on a high note.
Yep.
I thought the Knicks, despite what we're talking about now, they also figured a lot of things out here. And I'm just going to ask you a very simple question. How good should the Knicks feel moving forward? Maybe that's an obvious question, but I'm going to ask it anyway.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think they should feel really good. I think they have developed, and this is where at this point in the series, you sort of, a team that is especially down 0-1, they're going to give you the counter either to start game 2 or within game 2 at some point. And the Spurs started in game 2 with the counter, which is like, they're not going to have Wemby pressuring Cat at the top of the key. Like, if they're going to do whatever they can to keep him roaming and playing backline defense. And the Knicks discovered pretty quickly that, not to their own fault here, but it was the hard foul trouble sort of gave them this like 5-shooter look. And you just saw, as I talked about earlier, like what that does to a defense that is going to be in constant communication, because Victor has to literally call out these switches on the fly because players are interchanging and he just has to take whoever is staying low. So that player then has to go out and switch on to someone else. So it's a very challenging defense to execute, and they do a really good job of doing that. But against Oklahoma City, where the rotations are just not as long and you're not as desperate to get out with the Knicks, especially with the Shaman in the game, it just provides this spread out floor that I think is really challenging for them. And then if they put Victor back on Cat, you sort of obviously know what to do in that case. So if I look at this, I'm like, yeah, the Spurs' big adjustments were that, and then just playing at like peak level in terms of intensity. I don't think there's really another one for them to go to, whereas the Knicks, I think, still have meat on the bones that they can get to, some low-hanging fruit, up 2-0. I think freeing Jalen Brunson up a little more. I think they have to figure out a way to just take some of the pressure off him as a ball handler in some of these initiation possessions. And you're just going to have to assume there's even a decent to good shooting game for a full 40 minutes for Brunson. And if that's the case, I had a hard time seeing the Knicks losing to this team. But famous last words, but I feel like the Knicks have a lot going for them right now.
They have to win 2 of the next 5 games. Like, obviously, sitting here up 2-0 after going up 2-0 on the road, there's not a person alive that wants to think about a game 7. There's not a person watching this that wants to think about a game 5, let alone a game 6
100%.
or a game 7. I understand that. I understand Madison Square Garden on Monday night is going to be the most intense sporting atmosphere. Man, I was at game 3 of the 2001 World Series when W threw out the first pitch that took place, what was it, a month or 2 months or so after 9/11. And I'll never forget, there was a feeling in the air that night, obviously. I tell you, man, I think this is going to exceed it. And I get that is going to be there. So I'm as hopeful as anyone that this is going to go the way that we all hope it is going to go, and that the Knicks will not have to go back to San Antonio. Sitting here right now, given the intensity that the Spurs just showed, and given how I am confident that the Spurs will come out with a really big effort on Monday night, I can't pour champagne yet. I just don't have it in me.
No, we shouldn't. I mean, this, if anything, the Spurs did find some things late. Maybe it's like a mental block that Victor had to get over in terms of just seeing the ball go in, even though they didn't go in late the last 2 shots, but he did score over 20 in the second half. I think a lot of that was sort of like just he made jump shots, especially early on in his second half, where he didn't make them early in game 2 and then in game 1. I didn't feel like he was getting loose to the point of like, all right, this is now going to be a major issue going forward. It just felt like he made some shots and got loose on some cuts and lobs. But I don't think the Knicks should feel anything other than very confident in how they're defending him, which is another reason why the Knicks should feel really confident about these next 2 games, because they just have answers for him specifically that most teams do not. Like the Knicks have 2 guys, 3 if you count OG, who wasn't seeing a ton of time against him, that can just
they haven't played that card yet.
Defend. They haven't needed to, and I just don't think they might do it because of foul trouble or whatever, but it just feels like you need a bigger, longer play. And Cat has just shown the ability to move enough with him, and then obviously Mitch
has been good.
Mitch is, you defend him with size. I think smaller players, he's figured out a little bit how to combat that. But listen, having the OG card in your back pocket obviously is awesome. I mean, how about that dunk by OG, which we haven't talked about, where he gets Victor on the right corner, and it's the same situation as in game 1 where you think he's just going to shoot it. Victor presses up on him because he's obviously remembering that, and then OG just able to not drive by him, but kind of gets him on his hip, and then I thought he was going to try to like reverse lay with his left hand, and he just goes up off 2 and dunks it, which you just don't see players do against him. Like, that was a phenomenal play that you don't. That's such a rare event for Victor to get dunked on in that spot.
We haven't. Again, my fault. Been talking for 50 minutes here. OG Anunoby had 17 points on 10 shots with 2 blocks and 2 steals. Like, it's weird. It was a -10 in the game, same as Brunson. I don't know that I would say that is reflective of how he played. I thought OG was really, really good. So I guess the biggest question for the Knicks moving forward, how much can they play Josh Hart in the series?
I think if this is the defense that we're going to expect games 3 and 4, then I think it's a real question, where in game 1, because of how they were defending the Knicks playing Wemby on Cat, it gave Hart this freedom to really put his imprint on the game. Now, I will say, I think the Knicks are going to miss his defense if you're totally relegating 100%. Him to like 15 minutes. I do think you're going to feel that. And his ball handling and his transition, all those things. Like, he does need to sort of like at least get to the baseline of doing all like the transition stuff and the head-to-heads and the passing and all those things. The defense has been there, but yeah, they have options here, which is like a beautiful thing, where you have Josh Hart, who was just so integral to game 1, a non-factor in game 2. And Landry Shamet is just able to you plug them in and deuce 2 in that way. And they're just floor spacers, and Shamet's release is just like the quickness and the confidence level he has right now. Like, he is shooting like he is the best shooter in the world. And if you look at his percentage in the playoffs, he should feel that way.
You know why he should be? I don't know. For anybody who missed it, shout out to all my Substackers out there. I put this in the Knicks Film School newsletter today. Coming into tonight, this will go down a little bit, but he still might be first. I don't know what the minutes qualifications are that Basketball Reference uses, but coming into this game, Landry Shamet, Basketball Reference had him as the 2026 playoff leader in effective field goal percentage. So I was like, wow, for a 6'3" guard or 6'4", whatever the hell Shamet is, that feels like kind of rare. And so I went and looked at the year by year, all the players who have led various playoffs. I went back, looked at the last 15, 20 years in effective field goal percentage. It's all centers. It's all guys who shoot within the restricted area. Wow, and then
that's unreal.
And then there's Landry Shamet this postseason. He is. You cannot say enough. 30 or more minutes in the first 2 games of the finals.
That feels almost as wild as the Knicks being up 2-0. Landry Shamet has played 60 minutes.
Non-guaranteed contract.
I know. It's so wild. Shout out Mike Brown. Just kept them ready. The coaches that are keeping these guys ready. I mean, there's just like a team-wide success story. That's Landry Shamet. And then defensively, I felt like he wasn't. I felt like he hurt the team at times in game 1, where in game 2, I felt like it's almost like he had to get into the physicality of the game, where in game 1 he comes in and immediately Castle attacks him and gets into the paint, finishes over him, knocks him to the ground. And he had a couple other possessions, but in game 2, defensively, I felt like he was just his usual, like just screen navigating and getting into guys and yeah.
I don't know if you heard the Bill Simmons, Doc Rivers podcast after game 1, but Doc, who coached Landry, we'll get
in LA, right?
Yeah, told an anecdote about how 5 years ago, 3 years ago, Landry Shamet couldn't stay on the floor because of his defense.
Mm-hmm.
And who was on the court on the final possession of the game for San Antonio ahead of Deuce McBride? And like, I'm sitting there watching, I'm like, man, I don't have an issue with it. I didn't have an issue with it. And that to give Landry Shamet that moment, that assignment in that spot, like, if that's not a testament to the work ethic that this guy, to say nothing of the fact that he's had to overcome 2 pretty significant fucking injuries over the last 2 years.
Yep.
And like, I don't know that they win either of these games if Landry Shamet isn't on the team.
No,
rotation.
So important to how when they send Tudor Brunson, just having, on that swing for him to be there is on the catch and on the rotation and he also has he's nailed this up fake sidestep 3 that feels like it goes in every time. And then, just real quick on the defense, he has transformed his body to the point where physically he can handle it. 3 years ago, he couldn't have, because he just wasn't, they would go through him. And at times he can get overwhelmed, but he's gotten so much stronger as an NBA player. And, there's so many moments here in the playoffs where the Knicks just strength as a team, physical strength has been just a huge advantage for them. And, in terms of athleticism and physicality, it might be the most important thing this team has going, other than obviously the skill and the talent, all the things. Like, they're just a strong team, and Shamet's a part of that too.
Let's end. What?
I still don't remember the Alamo. What up, Texas? How does it feel? The president doesn't want to visit your big-ass red state. He's coming to the Garden! That's all my thoughts on that. Repeat after me, fellas. The New York Knicks have a 2-0 lead in the NBA Finals, have won 13 straight games, and are 2 wins away from an NBA championship. How about that weak Eastern Conference? Shout out to Bobby Marks. He picked the Spurs in 5, and it's still not his worst ever basketball decision. What up, Wemby? Your name doesn't have an L, so I can't make the joke, but thankfully you're literally shaped like the letter L. Goodness. I am here for Profanity DJ, by the way. I am here for DJ Cussin. Repeat after me. Fuck them picks, Mikal Bridges. Forever and ever, Brooklyn, you should have asked for more. Take another 8th man with your picks. We'll take a title. De'Aaron Fox, goodness. They clearly have not gotten all the Sacramento out of you. You looked Jalen Brunson dead in his eyes as if you had smoke for him. And then you fucked around and found out that everybody's better until it's time to be better than Jalen Brunson. Shout out to the New York Knicks. Shout out to Fat Joe doing what he could behind the spot.
Shout out to Fat Joe.
Yeah,
shout out to the nuns.
Yeah, the nuns.
Shout out to the nuns. Clearly, my dad prayed harder. Tony Brothers, you did your best. I know you wanted a game 7.
Great.
There's no match for these New York Knicks at the moment. Fellas, I repeat, the New York Knicks are 2 wins away from an NBA championship, have a 2-0 lead in the NBA Finals, and have won 13 consecutive games. The last time a Knicks loss went final, the New York Jets were on the clock in the NFL draft.
So, 2 things.
That's all I got.
One, there's only been one other team in NBA history to win 13 straight playoff games, and it was the team that a series of blue moon events allowed them to pair arguably the 2 best offensive players in the sport and put one of them on a team that was already a 70-win team. That's the only other team in NBA history that won 13 straight playoff games. And
I can't believe it.
It is the most. Well, look. I'm not going there yet, but like where we are, it is in the cards that we are in the midst of the most improbable sports story of our lifetime.
I will repeat one more time. 2-0 lead in the NBA Finals. 13 consecutive wins, 2 wins away from an NBA championship. If the Knicks go 2-3 the rest of the season, they will be NBA champions. Right through the heart of Texas. Let's go Knicks. Hell yeah, ladies and gentlemen.
And then the
I
second
don't want to
thing,
wear this hat anymore.
I mean, it looks really good on you though.
Thank you.
But that looks better. The second thing that I'm going to say is, I don't know if anybody else noticed, but Mitchell Robinson got to appear on the post-game dais press conference situation there after the finals. There is something so fitting about the longest tenured Knick and a guy who has been here since when this team was. Shout out to my guy Frank from Patreon. I know he's listening. When this team was just a pair of assless chaps. That's a Frank line for anybody who doesn't know. And he gets to sit up there on Game 2 of the NBA Finals and talk about a defensive game-saving play that he made. That just put such a smile on my face.
And look, he missed he made 2 free throws, or made 3. 3 of 6
3 out of
from the free
6.
throw line.
Hey, listen, 1 point win.
Take that. Yes.
Took that for data.
And
Talk about his first coach. Was that his first coach?
That was his first coach.
It was his first coach, right?
Yeah, he got drafted to, and then for some reason it was controversial that he played over Enes Kanter.
Don't remind me of that period.
We're going to be doing a lot of that this summer, thinking about where we were, fellas, to where we are now.
I didn't see the watch along. Andrew, how were you processing the Spurs avalanche late? And
they only lost the lead for like a matter of moments, and then Jalen Brunson did Jalen Brunson things. I was impressed by the Spurs, like the young team that everybody's saying the lights are too bright, and even I have like dabbled in Wemby looks gassed. I remain impressed by this young team that was going to be a force to be reckoned with for a long time, right? So, like, you knew the run was coming. I will just say that the fact that the Knicks trailed for like a grand total of 30 seconds made it very easy for me to now count on this team to get the job done. Had Wemby hit that shot, I would have probably joined in all of the Knicks PTSD that John talked about at the beginning. Fellas, they haven't lost since the NFL draft. I am at a point in belief in this team that I'm now expecting them to pull it out. And they've earned that. I want this for so many of them. Guys, this has become bigger than New York or the Knicks or even us. I want this for Mike Brown. He never will have to hear again. He was the Knicks' last choice in a coaching search. I want this for Karl Anthony Towns. We'll go from, is he too soft to be a champion, to, my God, he's the toughest guy on the team, leading huddles, talking sense into Josh Hart, and an NBA champion as a former first overall pick. We never have to hear the name Isaiah Hartenstein again if Karl Anthony Towns wins a championship. I want this for Josh Hart. I know he had a rough game tonight, but we'll never have to hear, can you start Josh Hart on a championship team? It's self-explanatory. I want this for Mikal Bridges. Just we'll never watch the draft again. We'll just watch replays for the playoffs. Right?
Andrew,
I want this for Jalen Brunson. The heart of a champion, had an awful night. He is getting literally dragged through the mud as he crosses half court and is not getting a whistle. And yet he still finds a way to hit the game-tying shot and the game-winning free throw. It would be great if he wins this at the Garden. It would also be great if he wins a championship in a building where Becky Hammond's jersey is retired. I want this for this group so bad. And I believe in this group that they're going to say all the right things. They're already preaching the 0-0 mantra. I want this for them. I want this for us. I want this for the city. And they are on the fucking doorstep. Let's go.
Hell yeah.
On that note,
Oh, the Mets won. You get to go to SNY now.
I gotta hop off for a few minutes. I will just say, like, I've said I want this for all those fine folks, and you got to it at the end. Man, we deserve this. 2 more to go. 2 more to go. Got to get him. Got to get him in the next 2. Get him in the next 3. Get him in the next 4. I mean, I don't know that my heart could survive it, but get him in the next 5. Just get 2 more. That's all.
I will quote my good friend Jonathan Macri. When we were in this exact same situation a year ago, that seemed very improbable that they had won 2 games on the road against a 60-win team. The second one being on Jalen Brunson free throws by 1 point in Boston. Go win 2 more. However you do it, go win 2 more.
That's all it is. Okay.
DJ, are we bidding farewell? I'm about to talk about our winning squad bet for tonight.
I'll see you guys in about 10 minutes, or whoever's here in about 10 minutes.
Sounds good. Hi, DJ. I'm going to pull Kev up here too. Kev, what up? Kev.
Bang, bang, bang.
The New York Knicks are up 2-0 in the NBA Finals, have won 13 straight games, and are 2 wins away from an NBA championship.
Let's get this money, man.
Yes.
Let's close this shit out. Listen, PTSD aside, because I have all the Knicks PTSD aside as well, but I just gotta smile, man. This team is it. When I said the switch was flipped, we have not gone back. We haven't seen anything different but Knick dominance, Knick wins, close games we gutted out, closeout games we smoked their fucking boots. I don't think there's anything else to say. Like, I just believe, and I'm almost there. I'm a little concerned for the city. I'm a little concerned for what's gonna happen after the watch party. I was trying to, you know what I'm saying, on the humble, go back to the 2 train. Kept getting rerouted. All these streets are blocked off. I ended up saying, whatever. I walked to Grand Central and talking to Knicks fans along the way. And one of the things we were saying is Brunson's game in the first game, he didn't even shoot well like that. And then in the second game, he didn't have a great game at all. And we still got 2 dubs. Out of that, we still got 2 dubs. So what are you going to do when everything's clicking? What are we going to do? 2 dubs when we're not clicking. What are you going to do if Josh Hart hits a 3? What are you going to do if Mitch's fingers feeling even better, his hand feeling even better? What are you going to do? Listen, man, as good as Wemby is, I think everybody's believing into the hype of what he's going to be. He needs to see this. And that's what we said from jump. Knicks bigger.
Hell yeah, Kev. You said Josh Hart hits a 3. What if he hits a second field goal in the series?
You know what I'm talking about? Like,
it's 1 for 9.
You know what I'm talking about? Josh Hart had the best 3-point game I've ever seen in my life.
And then he had a pretty bad 0-point game. Then he had a pretty bad 0-point game. Still a hero. DJ, would you like to say any words before you take off? Any final thoughts, DJ?
I mean, I just can't wait to feel the vibes through my television set of what Game 3 is going to be, man. It's going to be electricity that I don't think has been seen in that building. I mean, I think it might exceed Game 3 94 is probably the closest thing to it. This is going to be a different level because of what we've all been anticipating and all been dreaming about and hoping was going to happen. And to be up 2-0 with a certain visitor, that's only going to add to the electricity of the building, good ways or bad ways. It's just going to be you're cutting with a knife is like an understatement of what that place is going to feel like. And I can't wait for it. Hope they can tip it off sooner, but a good couple days to kind of rest up, get Mitch's hand a little healthier, and just get ready to go, man. I have no doubts this team is going to have the right mindset into Game 3. I know they say the right things, but they apply those things in such a clear and tangible way that is just so, I think, comforting as a fan, because you just are used to teams sort of letting go of the rope a little bit when you get a little more, positivity and you feeling good about yourself. But this team just knows, they know the objective and they know what they have to do, and they're 2 wins away, and they're not gonna let any moment slip away. And I think that's really awesome for what they got going on right now.
Hell yeah,
They
DJ.
locked in. They
Hell
locked
yeah.
in.
Love you,
Mikhail's talking the talk. DJ,
Peace, brother.
two more, bro.
Two more, DJ. Two more. I love it. Okay, Kev.
Yes,
Best
sir.
part about DJ and John, and like they're talking through their PTSD through that first hour. It's like the Knicks are quite literally exercising their specific demons. Like,
Yes.
this is just an outstanding playoff run. You know, it was also outstanding tonight. Knicks Film School hit their squad bets. Okay, so for those who don't know, our squad bet were presented by Fanatics Sportsbook in collaboration with Fanatics Sportsbook. For every game, we pick a squad bet, which is the smartest way to parlay through Fanatics Sportsbook. You get multiple different stat categories: points, rebounds, assists, 3-pointers made. You pick a category, then you pick a target, and then you pick 3 to 6 players to hit that target. We took Karl Anthony Towns, Dylan Harper, Devin Vassell, so 2 Spurs and a Knick to get to 24 rebounds. The odds were plus 210. Karl Anthony Towns, 13 rebounds in this game. Dylan Harper, 6 rebounds. We're up to 19. And then Devin Vassell at 9 rebounds. He gets us to 28. Congratulations to everybody that joined the KFS squad with our squad bet before the game. Pay attention. Before every Knicks game, we send out our squad bet, and you can bet along with KFS and not just enjoy some winnings if you win, but even if you lose, you earn FanCash, which allows you to go get gear from Fanatics.com, or you know, if you get enough FanCash, you could go to Game 3. I don't know. Gamble responsibly, because I don't know how much FanCash you would have to earn to get into Game 3 using FanCash.
That's crazy.
Save it for championship gear, most likely, if it happens. 2 more. Job not finished. Kobe Bryant, all that stuff. But shout out to Fanatics Sportsbook, where you win or lose. You earn FanCash, win or lose. And you will win this summer if you head over to the Javits Center from July 16th to the 19th, Kev, because you will get to see Knicks Film School hosting a live podcast at Fanatics Fest in NYC. Tickets are on sale now. You can get your single-day tickets or your 4-day tickets. The Knicks Film School live show will be on Friday, so you can get a single-day ticket, or you can get for all 4 days. Karl Anthony Towns is supposed to be there. Patrick Ewing is supposed to be there. The roommates, Josh Hart, Jalen Brunson will be there. Other great celebrities will be there. I got to watch some baseball legends last year. I got to see the Mets manager like walk in front of me, and I kind of hope he isn't the manager by Fanatics Fest. Whole lot of stuff going on at Fanatics Fest this summer, including us. And right now, because the Knicks won, sorry, I hit the button and so did you, Kev. The promo code is KnicksWin20. KnicksWin20 is your promo code for 20% off because the Knicks won. So for the next 24 hours, use promo code KnicksWin20 and join us at Fanatics Fest this summer. Again, July 16th to the 19th. Tickets are on sale now. Promo code KnicksWin20, 20% off. Knicks Film School, the New York Knicks. I hope the city is still standing at that point this summer because the New York Knicks are 2 wins away from an NBA championship. I'm just going to say it one more time, Kev. Knicks have a 2-0 lead in the NBA Finals. They've won 13 consecutive playoff basketball games and are 2 wins away from an NBA championship. They're first in 53 years.
I gotta echo Jeff. He said it Wednesday night at the watch party. You'll see it in our recap video. You can't say destiny without NY. Love it. Love it.
There you go.
Love it. That's how it feels. It feels a little destined. Like we don't see this regularly. Like John is saying, the only time we saw it was that Golden State team that was just like absurd and ridiculous. Like after being the best team ever, then adding Kevin Durant. Like you don't really see it, but we all here for it. Shouts out to everyone who came to the watch party too. It was
to the watch party, and shout out to the 3,300 people watching live right now. I guess I'll take some super chats.
Yes, sir.
I will. I know John is taking care of business over at SNY. Shout out to the Mets who won, and as a result, John was able to go on like he's going on Sports Night, which only starts when the Mets post game is over. And the Mets played a quick game tonight. They won 5-0. So that's the only reason I'm bringing up baseball. I don't care. By the way, this isn't about to be an episode of Mets therapy. But yeah. All righty. Let's do some soups.
Let's get it, bro.
Okay. Andrew Beddow, very active on the watch along live chat, by the way. Shout out to Andrew. I believe he gave me the line last episode during the watch along. If it's not you, I apologize, but somebody went into the watch along during game 1 and said everything is bigger in Texas, including D's nuts. And I stole it for the post game later that night. So thank you for that. Andrew Beddow, I need every naysayer to send a super chat apology to fucking McCall. Yeah, apology needs to be as loud as a disrespect. He is a Knicks legend and a playoff hero. That second and third quarter, 8 of 9 for 20 points between those 2 quarters alone. And then, came up a little quiet in the fourth quarter, but the guy hit 4 threes tonight. Who am I to complain about Mikal Bridges at any point in this game? He was outstanding and played great defense. Thank you, Andrew. From one Andrew to another. Another one from Andrew. Fuck them picks. You can get have another 5, he says. You can get your Fuck Them Picks shirts now available in the Knicks Film School merch store. Link is in the description at Knicks Film School, SKOOL. We have them clean and unclean. So if you want to have one with the asterisk, that's the one I have. Or you want to get one and just have it blurred out on television, by all means. The sentiment is still clear. Thank you, Andrew. Brett 21, 104. Oh, wow. This is before the game ended. 104. Whatever happens from here, Mike Brown has coached his ass off tonight. Mike Brown was not only the right person for the job, he was the best person for the job. Every single thing I would scream at the television last year, the last couple of years, while appreciating the stuff that Tibbs did, Mike Brown does it. I'm staring at the screen, the game in the fourth quarter, like Josh Hart picks up another foul, and I'm like, get him off the floor. And next whistle, well, technically that whistle is because he got fouled. Josh committed his 5th foul. And that's this is an example of it, right? If Josh was in foul trouble, he was always we'll play you through it. I need Josh Hart on the floor, right? And the simple request was hey, if Josh Hart doesn't have it going, you have options. And this was largely, think about Landry Shamet, Mitchell Robinson, Miles McBride. 8 of the 9 guys that played tonight were on the roster last year. Mike Brown, you're already one of the greatest coaches in Knicks history. And I'm very thankful for the Knicks ending up with you as the head coach. I hope he's the head coach for the rest of the decade. Seriously. He's been exactly what this roster needed, what this team needed, what this franchise needed. Thank you, Mike Brown. And thank you, Brett, for the contribution. I'm glad you got the result that you wanted after you sent this super chat. Bill Peter friend, I forgot to breathe for minutes. We stole that. 2 to go. Man, you can go check out our reaction on the watch along. Again, as DJ asked, they were only trailing for 30 seconds, and then Jalen Brunson hit a jumper to tie it. I was basically if they get down and then they don't hit a shot to take the lead, then I'll start to really stress. This team has just earned my trust that hey, they're going to figure this out. They're going to get the big shot. When Brunson missed the second free throw, I was I think I said on the watch along, this is either going to be awesome or this is going to really suck. And guess what? We're on the other side of it, Bill. And it was awesome. So shout out to the Knicks for giving us reasons to not breathe in this game, but also the stealing game 2 and heading back to the Garden up 2-0. Thank you, Bill. Ewan Williams. I apologize if I said your name incorrectly, but thank you for the contribution. Basketball fucking hell. Massive win and worth the 4:30 a.m. stress. Let's get this chip. Shout out to people watching this post-game show, this YouTube channel, this operation we have at Knicks Film School from around the world. It has made me feel so connected to Knicks fans everywhere. That's the beautiful part about Knicks fans, is that they are literally everywhere. We're going to annoy so many people forever, but mostly this summer if the Knicks get 2 more wins. I swear the planet's going to be blue and orange. And yeah, thank you, Ewan. I believe I'm going to be joined. You can put the next super chat up, Kev. I believe I'm going to be joined by Mr. Macri tonight. It's good that we pivot. We get John back on to read the first Robert Cross super chat. Hi, John. How is SNY?
Great. Although I missed. Did the Mets win or lose?
Yeah, they won. I don't care, but that's like they won like a very quick 5-0 game. So that's why the timing lined up perfectly. You know, they got in and out quickly. I think the Padres were watching the Knicks.
Can't blame them. What did I miss?
The Knicks are up 2-0 in the NBA Finals. Have won 13 straight games and are 2 wins away from an NBA championship.
You missed the most important part. We hit our super chat or our squad bet. Excuse me.
And we hit our squad bet. We did go over that, and we told people to go to Fanatics Fest. And we told people to, if you lose your bets, to earn fan cash and save up your fan cash for championship merch, potentially. You technically can use your fan cash at Ticketmaster. I don't know. Again, gamble responsibly, because I don't know how much fan cash you would have to earn to be able to get into Game 3. And I want to, again, stress responsible gambling. But by all means, use your fan cash and save up your fan cash on the hat I'm wearing, on the shirt John's wearing, on the quarter zip I'm wearing, or potentially some championship merch that may become available in a week or so. So,
one step at a time.
I did the Kobe Bryant job not finished. Go win 2 more, but just a simple fact: a week from now, there could be some championship merch available.
Did you see this cat quote on Brunson?
No. What do you say?
You call it this is a shout out to New York basketball, best Twitter account on the internet. You call it rough shooting night. I see him hitting the free throw. We win the game. Last game, craziest shots to win the game. I see Captain Clutch doing what he's been doing since I got here. When it comes down to actually winning the game, number 11 can't be messed with. Karl Anthony Towns and like Derek Jeter. That's where we're at right now. I certainly saw this coming. I don't know about you, Andrew.
I never stopped believing. I quite literally never stopped believing in him.
Christ.
Yeah, just it's good to go to Jeter. There's a lot of 96 Yankees that are just gonna have to be put to the side if the 2026 Knicks add a title to the city's resume. That'll be the same conversation. I'll tell you that much. You know.
Oh
Alrighty.
my God.
I'll leave you to it. I'll be back later.
Yeah.
Shout out to Kev on the 1s and 2s. I will say it one more time. The New York Knicks are up 2-0 in the NBA Finals, have won 13 straight games, and are 2 wins away from an NBA championship. How sweet it is.
How sweet it is. Job's not done, but feels pretty good. Robert Cross, thank you for everybody watching. Thank you. First time, long time. It's your boy John. Beat the Spurs and the officials tonight. Nothing is stopping the prophecy. Hashtag 53 wins. I'm still waiting for the party bus to pick me up, Robert. Just saying. You know where to find me, too. Thanks, Robert. Mecky. Jesus Christ. What did I say? Told you all on the watch along. Youth and experience was going to be their downfall today, and it was. So let's actually look. I don't know if I don't think they did this without me, but if they did, I apologize. I just want to look at the very end, because so the Spurs obviously have all this momentum, all the momentum in the world. And so Wemby gets the alley-oop. Brunson makes his shot with under 2 minutes to go. Harper makes the layup, and then there's the Bridges turnover, which, again, I don't even blame him. That was just a very strange play call. And Wemby puts him up by 2. So the Spurs have a 2-point lead in their building, and they have to go back on defense. And what happens? Jalen Brunson hits a shot that, and I didn't even notice it, or I wasn't cognizant of it in real time. But then I was just doing SNY, and they showed the replay of the shot, and Vassell came like he was a second defender on the play with his outstretched arm on top of the initial defense played by, I forget which one of the Spurs guards, but Brunson had to get that over two arms. And he did. And it was, I mean, it's the biggest shot of his career now. Crazy it is to say, in this game that he had, that was the biggest shot of his career. And then at that point, Spurs call timeout. Mitch defends Wemby. I mean, that was a missed shot. Was that inexperience? Was it youth? Or was just Victor Wembanyama gassed? I don't know. So he misses the shot. OG ended up with the rebound, although I'm pretty sure Josh Hart did, got the box out there. And then we got what I thought was a good look for Brunson that missed. Wemby pulls down the rebound and then passes to nowhere. That moment, I think, is as clear an example of just a brain fart. Like, you just can't make that play. You can't make that play. I don't know if you want to tell me that the fault is on Wemby for passing it to somebody's back. The fault is on Castle for not looking where he's supposed to look. But that, Mekhi, to your point, that's youthful inexperience to a T. And then from there, he fouled Brunson. Now, at that point, there was 9 point. At that point, there was a tie game. So, and then Wemby fouls him. Now, it ended up working out in their favor because Brunson missed the free throw and they had a chance to win the game at the end. But, the foul isn't as bad as the turnover, but foul's not great either. So, that's two things. So, he made the first mistake, and then he compounded the first mistake by making a second mistake. And that's the lights were too bright. That moment, the lights were too bright. Now, Brunson missed the free throw, gave him one more chance. It was a good play design. It was a good shot. I'm sure they would take that shot again. I don't have an issue with the shot. It really was just that play. Other than that, I give the Spurs a lot of credit. I give them a lot of credit for, Wemby also took a step back three when the Knicks they had gone up by 102-99. He took a step back three, and then after that, Brunson missed another shot. That led to the Harper make, kind of settled there because they were the Knicks, they were scoring every time they went to the rim, and Wemby settled for a three there, so you want to chalk that up too. But so I just named three different things, all from Wemby. I think this team is going to come to play on Monday night. I would be shocked if they didn't come to play on Monday night, meaning the Spurs. Now, obviously, I think the Knicks are going to come to play because that's just what they do. But for the Spurs for Wemby to make those plays in his own building with all the momentum and everything else, can't really have it. And that's tough. But look, they're still in the series. So we'll see if they learn from it. And we'll see if the Knicks can take advantage of something resembling a gift. You're the man, Mekhi. Thank you so much.
Hold on. I just want to say I just ordered the sample pack from Snake River Roasting. I couldn't figure out what flavor I was going to get, so I delayed it. But I was like, let me just get the sample pack, figure out which flavors are the best ones, and then I'll double down and have what I hear is the most delicious coffee in the world. So thank you, Mekhi.
You've only heard. You're going to taste for yourself pretty soon. Shout out to Snake River.
Absolutely.
Love it. Unofficial sponsor of the Knicks Film School Podcast. I am AK Legend. JB was 7-25, and we still won. This effing team. 19 of 56 in the series. It's crazy. Crazy. Did I get the numbers right? Yeah, 19 of 56. Sorry. I think I added wrong. I'm sorry. Yeah, because he took 31 shots in the first game. And he took, what did he take? 20, would he take 25 shots in this game? Yeah, so no, I did, my math was right. Never mind. Sorry. Thought my math was wrong. Thanks, IMK Legend. Tao of Tibbs, what's going on, Tao? Beating the refs just as sweet as winning the game. I expected to get a lot of ref stuff tonight, and you know what? It's deserved. The refs were an atrocity. Winning really is more fun than fun is fun. Knicks in 5. I'll take Knicks in 4. I'll take Knicks in 5. I'll take Knicks in 6. I'll take Knicks in 7. Thanks, Tao of Tibbs. Chris V, Team of Destiny, never hit harder before. Credit to everybody who has really truly bought into the Team of Destiny thing. And here's the thing, though. I can't chalk this up to I can't chalk this up to my age, because there are people way older. Shout out to Robert Cross. There are people way older than me who have completely bought into the Team of Destiny thing. And there is just a little part of me that refuses to die, that is just waiting for the other shoe to drop. And yet, based on what we saw, how could you not think this is the Team of Destiny? This is crazy. Thanks, Chris. Iceman Sham, what's going on, Iceman? 2 more. My God, is being a Knicks fan good for my health? But you know what, though, Iceman? And, of course, these are going to be famous last words, because I'll be right back into heart attack position a year from now. If they could pull this off, man, I just feel like I'll be able to relax. I just feel like I'll be able to relax, finally. And it's, I selfishly, it's so selfish. That's what I just want to be able to relax. I just get one, and then I can relax and just root without it feeling like my life depends on it, you know? So thanks, Iceman. Anthony Sixto, is this real life? I'm in a fever dream. This is what dreams are made of. 2 more wins. Just don't be the first team to take the first 2 road games in an NBA Finals and still go on to lose the series. That's all. Every team, there haven't been a ton of teams that have won the first 2 road games in an NBA Finals, but those that have done it have won the series. So let's hope the Knicks could finish this off. 2 more. Just got to get 2 more. Luyan, what's going on, Luyan? Unbelievable. Thank you for the generosity here, by the way. Instant Finals classic. Somewhere in Cancun, Pat Riley is secretly smiling about these Knicks. Let's fucking go, Knicks. Funny you say that. Oh, no. Where is it? Hold on. There it is. I was actually looking, very quick story. The Knicks Slam cover came out last week or whatever it was. And I was like, oh, because I don't know how to order things online. So I asked my wife, can you order a copy of it? And the regulars were sold out and the gold ones were sold out, but she ordered, I guess, some kind of orange metal edition. And I'm like, awesome. Got to add it to my collection. And then I realized, we moved to this house almost a year ago. I had actually never fully unpacked like all of my Knicks memorabilia. So like literally right before the game, I went digging around and I got this bad boy, which is this gold Brunson cover that my wife got all these for me. It's just why she's the best wife in the world. The cat gold cover, which I have on my shirt actually that I'm wearing. I don't know why she got 2 of these babies, but the 2 Brunson King of New York ones, the orange and the gold. And then I have just the regular with the Nova trio, Hart, Brunson, DiVincenzo. And then of course, because we honor those who laid the groundwork, RJ and Julius. So why am I going through my Slam covers when you said something about Pat Riley? Because as I was searching through my random Knicks shit that's still sitting in my garage, I came across this. which is a Pat Riley Knicks NBA Hoops trading card. This is from 1993. There you go. You see Pat's smiling face on the back there, along with his sterling record with the Lakers and the Knicks. So yeah, I found this tonight, and I just like put it up back there. And yeah, I don't know if he's smiling. I hope he is. I hope everybody who's ever had anything to do with the Knicks is smiling tonight. Thanks, Leon. Jason M. What's going on, Jason? My guy. I never screamed so loud as I did on that last shot. Almost shed a tear. Hashtag 13-0. Hashtag Team of Destiny. Hashtag Let's fucking go Knicks. I still can't believe it missed. I was doing the Honda Sports Night show, and they're showing the replay right before I'm about to come on, and they showed the replay of the shot, and I'm like, I just half expected it to go in. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I still can't believe it. Oh, thank you, Jason. Dan Hidalgo, what's going on, Dan? This is starting to feel very real, John. Congratulations to all. Love who never thought they'd see this day, but poured their hearts into this team anyway. You know, I don't know. We're a stubborn bunch. We're a stubborn bunch. I just, for me, I mean, talk about like Knicks Film School. There was never a choice about whether I was gonna like continue my Knicks fandom even when they were bad. I just they were my release valve from real life, you know. And now they are my, you know, talking about this team is my job, but in a way they're still my release valve. So like I don't know, for me, was there ever a moment, or I do know there was never a moment where I'm like, I'm thinking about tapping out. I think that is stubbornness. And I think it comes from the fact that I'm Calabrian, one, and two, I'm a New Yorker. And we are as stubborn a bunch of people as you'll ever find. So yeah, man, as far as it feeling real, I mean, it's just like, you know, you got to get 2 more wins. You know when it'll feel a lot more real? It'll feel a lot more real if they could go out in on Monday and make good on the best atmosphere that this town has ever seen in a basketball game, because that's gonna be unreal. It's gonna be fucking electric. So go make good on that. Thanks, Dan. Hush Zoo, what's going on, Hush? I'm in legit tears and shaking. Oh my Lord, I'm still shaking, and it's been almost 2 hours. Thanks, Hush. Can't even drink my drink. Wondering Tumnus, what's going on? Never a doubt. LOL. Knicks showed championship medal. They took the Spurs' best punch and overcame the Tony Brothers circus. As I've gotten older, I've tried to evolve past the point of having hate in my heart. I hate Tony Brothers. I hate him. Never met the man. Never want to meet the man. Hate him all the same. Kev, how do you feel about Tony Brothers?
Awful.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Wondering Tumnus. May Westerland. This is the first time I've wept for joy in my adult life. Tears and everything. As a fan abroad, KFS means the world to me. Thank you for everything. Thank you for everything, man. We're only where we are because, you know, people like you choose to roll with us. I was in shock. Like I was. It was an emotional moment, but I think I was too shocked to cry, if that makes any sense. And also just how that game ended was just like, I mean, you saw me in DJ, so, yeah, I'm trying to save my tears. I really am trying to save my tears. Thank you so much. This was really nice of you. Thank you. And thanks for sticking with us. Verge NYFL. 2 more wins. Cat has my mom crying. Let's go Knicks. It's funny. You just reminded me. I don't even know if my mom is watching right now. I don't even know if my mom knows the whole Cat story. I don't want to get emotional on the post game, but like, I don't know. I don't know if that's why Cat has your mom crying, but you know, I don't know. You just think about what this guy's had to go through. Losing his mom in the way that he did during COVID. Like, it's crazy. It's not crazy, but we went through that. And when we were in it, we were all reading the statistics and we were all like, my wife was insisting we got to get the groceries delivered, and then sitting there and using Kleenex wipes on, fucking bags of Doritos and shit. Like, that was a real thing that happened in this country, and it lasted for a long time. And when we were in it, you would hear about people obviously passing because of this. And it was just like, oh, wow, well, that's, I guess, what happens in the middle of one of these things. And now to look back on it, it's wild that we went through that for any variety of reasons. But, he's always, and whenever he talks about it, and obviously he was so close to his mom and is clearly religious to some degree. And you think about that, and you think about how he handled that then, and how he's clearly grown and matured and everything else. It's just, man, it's one of the great sports stories we've seen. And this I could say without question, because for as much criticism as I've had about him as a player, as everybody has had at times about him as a player, he's an A+ human being. Always been an A+ human being. And so you like when good things happen to good people. You like that. Thanks, Verge. Red Rich, what's going on, Red Rich? How you doing, man? I am too old for this shit. I was so out of sorts. I didn't even the understatement of the year. I'm not going to make it to the end of the series. Massive from Cat and Macau. JB owes them huge after that. And you know what? That's a reasonable stance to take, Red Rich. I'm right there with you. That JB owes them huge, and I'm sure he feels that way, and I'm sure he feels like he's going to get them back. To hear Cat talk about JB, not in the context of like, he wasn't even like, he could have been up there and be like, well, we have each other's backs, and that's what we do. No, he was like, no, all I see is a guy who made clutch shots. That's Cat. I mean, you want to talk about leadership? Shit, man. Talking about, or looking at Josh Hart talking about, we got to be better in terms of execution. And Mitch Johnson asked about Karl-Anthony Towns. He's played 2 games. We've got to make it tougher on him. We've had some coverage breakdowns, and just keep trying to make great players work for everything they get. Thanks, Red Rich. Jack Corker, what's going on, Jack? This Knicks team is different. If not now, when? Don't ask that question, because I'm not going to. I don't want to think about the answer. The time is fucking now. How about Alvarado? Massive minutes, 2 down, 2 to go. Close it at MSG. Let's fucking go, Knicks. It's funny because I completely agree with you. I thought Jose Alvarado was really good. He was 0-4 from the field, and yet I thought he was really good. I thought he was really good. And that's what it was. His foul that he drew on the 3-point shot. Now, he missed one of the free throws, but his drawing a foul there felt big in that moment. When was that? I'm looking at my here. You guys want to see my freaking chicken scratch? Here. It's the musings of a madman. When the hell was that? I forget what it was. I apologize, but that felt big in the moment when he drew that foul, because it was a really good defensive possession. It was right at the end of the clock, and he got Castle to bite, and he trusted that Castle would bite because he's a young player, and it was the end of the shot clock. And he got him to bite. Thanks, Jack. Mr. B. Rich, what's going on? Basketball gods never reward Hack Mitch. Listen, won a game by one, 3 for 6 from the free throw line, and that was even with that bullshit technical. What a bullshit. That was the worst fucking call of the night. That was worse than Tony Brothers swallowing his whistle on the obvious OG foul on the 3-point attempt with under 3 minutes to go. What an ass clown. What a fucking clown. Thanks, Mr. B. Rich. Jason, that was a traumatizing win. I'll take it. 2 more. Traumatizing isn't even the word. Took years off my life. I don't know how I'm sitting here right now. Miguel Bustos, love you all. 2 more. 2 more. Thanks, Miguel. Alfie Greco, 4:30 a.m. in the UK, which means it's probably about 6 o'clock now. Heart pounding out of my chest. May never sleep again. Likely getting kicked out of my apartment due to noise complaints. But give me 2 more wins, and I don't give one solitary fuck. No one's feeling bad right now. No Knick fan is feeling bad. The only part of me that feels not bad, but feels like not like 100% good about that is like, I hope the basketball gods don't, turn the tables on us in this series. And then I just think about all of the heartbreak. And I think about all of the times that they have just taken our soul. It's just like, yeah. So Josh Hart said too much physicality from him. Thank you so much, Alfie. Appreciate you, man. Elbow, what's going on, Elbow? We got lucky there, but seriously, 3 free throws, and we had to challenge for that. So, yeah, F that. Let's go Knicks. You could tell when DJ talked about it at the top of the show in terms of like they got lucky, right? I feel queasy saying that they got lucky. There is no such thing as a win in the finals that comes because of luck. Like, the Spurs made mistakes in the end, and the Knicks obviously made a lot of mistakes leading up to those mistakes. The amount of just every basketball platitude that you could offer a team, the amount of that they showed to put themselves up 14 with 6 minutes to go was just off the charts, to the point where, like, I didn't think they played great in the first quarter, but like for the rest of the game from that point forward, it was just, pretty flawless. Like, it started in the second quarter, and then momentum kept building and building and building. I don't know. Here's an interesting question. Should we feel better about that win, or should we have felt better about if they stretched the 14-point lead to 17 or 18 or 19 going home? I don't know. Thanks, Elbow. Matt D. Mann, thank you for the contribution. B. Baker, hey, San Antonio, welcome to the Garden. I'm genuinely fascinated to see how the Spurs respond to an environment that they have never been in before. And that is with all due respect to Oklahoma City. And I understand Oklahoma City is often touted as one of the loudest environments and one of the best home crowds in the league, in the NBA. I get that. And they just won 2 games in Oklahoma City. Game 1, which arguably the 2 hardest games to win, because the crowd's going to be amped up for game 1, which they were. And then they won a game 7 on the road in Oklahoma City. I get that. I think this is going to be a slightly different animal. And I'm just fascinated to see how the Spurs respond to that. Thanks, B. Baker. Rob DeLuzman, what's going on, Rob? JM, this is a team of fucking destiny. #2 more wins. I hope you're right, man. I hope you're right. That's all I got to say. I hope you're right. Bill Laheka. What's going on, Bill? Baker's dozen. I'm getting a bagel tomorrow morning. I may get. What time does the local bagel place open by me? I'm wondering if I could just roll right into like writing the newsletter and going out and getting a bagel. Open 6 a.m. Open 6 a.m. Open 6 a.m. I think I can make that work. Call me the Kool-Aid man because I'm about to run through so many walls right now. 2 to go. 13 straight playoff wins. You know, there's going to be a lot of the Team of Destiny stuff going around after this win. I'll tell you this, though. Despite the fact that they've won 13 straight games, I bet you there are going to be people out there who will, and again, I'm going to say it. I don't think this is insane. I think there will be people out there who'll be like, I don't think the Spurs are out of the series yet. And nor should they. It's 2 games. Got to win 2 more. So the Knicks and they have done this to their credit. The Knicks have done this every step of the way, including tonight. They will have to go into game 3 with the mentality of we are down 0-2 and we are playing for our lives. They have to go. They have to have that mentality. Have to have that mentality. Thanks, Bill. Mr. J Tails, what's going on, brother? John, I don't need to add anything, but I want you to know how important the KFS postgame is to all of us. Oh, man. How the hell do you respond to that? You guys don't know how much the KFS postgame means to me. You don't know. This thing gave my life purpose at a time when I needed it. And I've gotten older since then, and I have 2 just unbelievably amazing, beautiful girls and a wife who I adore. And I've like changed a lot over the years, and I've come to realize like shit that's important, and I've learned how to be a better dad and hopefully a better husband and just a better person in terms of caring about the right things. But there was a time, man, y'all don't know what this shit meant to me. Well, it still does, I hope it's clear. But now I guess I have a little bit more perspective and a little bit more balance. That was not always the case. So when I tell you guys, like, this thing was a lifesaver. So I appreciate the sentiment. Definitely do. And I'll just say thank you right back. And just thank you to the incredible, like, the fact that I get to be part of the team that I get to be part of here at Knicks Film School with everybody is just, I mean, I'm lucky. I feel luckier about that than I do as to be a Knicks fan tonight. Thanks, man. Jigar Raythatha. I think I got it. Cat equals MVP. Knicks in 4. Going to my first game of the season on Monday. Going to be wild. Wow. Well, please bring good vibes. If they don't win and it's your first game of the season, I'm going to come looking for you. Just saying. Thanks, man. Cat's absolutely the MVP of the series so far. And it should not be a conversation. Michael Aaron, another one of my guys here. Still speechless, just checking in again. I want to remember where I was for every one of these wins. Wouldn't want it to be anywhere else than with KFS. Jesus Christ. Who's paying you guys to do this? Thank you so much, Michael. It's made this, being here to be able to do this for all these has made this exponentially more special to me, and I mean that. Thank you, Michael. There's no place I'd rather be, and that includes being in the game at the games. Jordan Miller, what's going on, Jordan? Mac, you said it in the newsletter. Let Wemby take his mid to long twos. Yeah, blind squirrel finds a nut every now and then. Thank you, Jordan. Wow, the Mitch Johnson thought that was the way to go for the final shot. Let's fucking go Knicks. I mean, I think they knew they just weren't getting like the Knicks would not allow penetration. Part of why Wemby got the look that he got is because, Mitch stunted to help on the Fox drive. If he doesn't stunt on the Fox drive, does Fox continue to drive and get a floater up or something like that? I don't know. Was there a world where they should have put the ball in Dylan Harper's hands there? That's a question. Look, Wemby was incredible in the second half. They gave him the ball. I think of all the possibilities, like, is that a sign? Is that a shot the Knicks would sign for again in that spot? I don't know. It's a clean release, but I don't know. It's fair. It's fair either way. Thanks, Jordan. Fitness Julian, what's going on? KFS best in the business. Thanks, man. Jeez. 2 more wins. Pastor Claudio is better than the Wemby Nuns. That's not even controversial. Listen, I can say this because I've been to a lot of Catholic schools over the years. I've seen a lot of nuns. All right. They're fine. Overrated, in my personal opinion, overrated. But to each their own. Pastor Claudio, fucking up here. Because when you're a pastor, you got to deliver sermons. Nuns, what do they got to do? Pray on the rosary? Come on. I could do that. Kev, you're laughing. I could do it. I have to go find some rosary beads, but I could do it. No, not even close. Hannibal Miles, what's going on, Hannibal? We are the New York Knicks. Damn right we are. Cheers to that. Debo! Kev, your boy. Didn't think my heart was going to survive that fourth quarter. 13 in a row and 2 more to go. Finish the job. Let's get to 15 in a row and close it in New York. Again, I can't even. One game at a time. That's all it is. It's one game at a time. It's Monday night. Play Monday night like your season is on the line. Play Monday night like your lives depend on it. Play Monday night like if you lose that game, you will never get to play another basketball game in your life as long as you live. That's all there is to it. That's all there is to it. Thanks, Debo. JSD Jake. What's going on, man? The watch-alongs are the only reason I haven't had a heart attack during these finals. You guys are the best. Man, everybody's so kind tonight. This is crazy. I was not expecting this. Thank you so much. My wife got worried. When was the deuce 3 that I lost my shit? Oh, that's what made it 95-83. And then Cat played the defense on Vic. And then it was the pass to the corner with that led to the OG dunk. But yeah, the deuce 3 just I look, if I didn't have a heart attack then, I probably wasn't going to. So that's good. Good sign, right? Thanks, Jake. Mango Man, what's going on, Mango Man? Shit-eating grin, my favorite quotable from you, Mac. It's not mine. I don't know where I stole that from, but I stole it from somewhere. Well, I better brush my teeth twice tonight because I'm sporting one right now. Man. It's just I don't. This feeling is so strange. It's just such a strange feeling. I can't get over it. Thanks, Mega Man. Smitty Pa. What's going on, Smitty Pa? That's a great name. We are 2 wins away from fundamentally changing the way we watch this team for the rest of our lives. There you go. Thank you. That's yes. Yes. Someone gets it. Someone gets it. And I'm sure a lot of people get it. But that's it. That's it right there. Because, again, losses are always going to be hard. Like, we're always going to want to win every game, and we're always going to feel like we should have won every game. And, God forbid, more heartbreak, in the playoffs, heartbreak in the playoffs, heartbreak in the playoffs. But it'll be different. If they could get these 2, it'll be different. I don't know how old you are, Smitty Pa, but I'm guessing you're not like 22. That's my guess. Thanks, man. Sam Garcia, holy fucking shit. You got that right, man. Say that again. Put that on a t-shirt. Sam Garcia's dad, holy fuck. Also correct. Both correct answers. Sometimes you get a multiple choice question where there are multiple correct answers. Both of those are correct. Holy fuck and holy fucking shit. Both acceptable. Michael Morando. F these refs. They tried everything and still Knicks in 4. Every time, I'm just going to get madder and madder every time somebody brings up the refs. Because I think it's something about Tony Brothers' face, to be honest. Because it's like, man, are you blind? You know? And he was blind. Remember, listen, I will never forget. I will never, ever forget in the first round. Was that Brothers or was that, was that Brothers or was that the extender? I think that might have been the extender, actually. When they mistook OG's shoe going out of bounds for like the basketball or something, and they call whatever. It was against the Hawks. I remember that. That was ridiculous. But tonight was just so bad. It was so bad, and you know, thankfully we don't have to live with that for the rest of our lives. Thanks, Michael. Alfie Greco, what's going on, Alfie? Big Mitch with the stop of his life. Stops, plural. Stops. Was in the trenches with Frank, Trier, Moutier, and company. Couldn't be happier for him after all he's been through. And it is appropriate because there's the picture that was floating around before actually we even knew our finals opponent on the internet. And it was Mitch and the 2018-19 team. They were taking a picture along a staircase or something. And the only two players from that team who are still in the league are Mitchell Robinson and Luke Cornett. So how fitting is it that they are the two backup centers on these two finals teams, except one guy's slightly outplaying the other, I would say. And I'm not being facetious about that. I think it is slight. I think Cornett was good tonight. What was he? It was a -7. Okay, so it's a little rough. -7 in a game you lost by 1 in 8 minutes. Okay, so maybe I overstated that. Mitch plus 10. No, sorry, -10. Excuse me, in 14 minutes. So, but I thought Mitch was. I didn't think Mitch was a -10 in terms of like how he played. I didn't think that was indicative. Thanks, Alfie. You got it, Kev. Mark Sable. Long time. Former KFS podcast guest. I will always remember that interview, man. I had such a delightful time talking to you, and I'm glad we've been able to remain friends over the years. Cat post game had me tearing up. Last Knicks finals, my dad was still around. Shout out to Cat's mom, you, Benji, and all the fans with parents who are missing this magical run. Shout out to you, Mark. Already gave my shout out to Cat. I mean, Benji, you know, I was very happy the Knicks Film School family could be here for Benji. And shout out to someone else that I'll just say shout out to somebody else. I'll leave it at that. Who's going through some tough stuff right now. Yeah, I mean, it was a little more than a year ago with my dad, and it's been an interesting year. It's been an interesting year on that front. You know, I think we always learn a lot about ourselves when a parent passes away. Probably, have a lot of thoughts that didn't anticipate having. And, I think the thing that we all have in common is that communities help us get over those losses. Not get over. You're never going to get over it, but help us get through it, And I'm just really thankful for the Knicks Film School community, and I'm really thankful for, obviously, the Knicks for giving us something to have a community and, about, so to speak. But, yeah, man, I'm sure there's a lot of people, like, whether you lost someone last month, last year, or, someone 30 years ago, whatever. It doesn't matter, because more than anything else in life, sports are the thing that ties us together with the people that we love. I believe that. And it's been my favorite part of this final so far, and it dips into a little bit to the conference finals, but definitely the finals, is the fact that my kids have gotten to watch some of it. It's a big part of it, but that my wife and my mom, both of whom, so my wife is here, my mom is not, she watches from her own place, but the fact that we are now a full family of Knicks fans, and my mom's become a Knicks fan over the last year or 2 years, that's the most magical part. And it'd be cool if my kids grow up to be Knicks fans. I don't know if they will. We'll see. But right now they're into it, which is good. And anyway, thanks a lot, Mark. Appreciate you, man. And looking forward to seeing you either the next time I'm out on the opposite coast, or maybe the next time you're here in New York, man. Michael Hatcher. What's going on, Michael? Cat wants it more. Brunson closes the door. Wemby's ass is sore. Nixon 4. That's good. Belt to ass. I like it. Cat does want it more. I think Cat wants it more than anybody right now. It's just nuts. Thanks, Michael. Kanyan. What's going on, Kanyan? In an alternate universe that Wemby shot falls. 2 more. It's not an alternate universe. It's the universe I've lived in for the last 33 years since I've been following this team. That's the universe that the shot falls. Us tonight, now, here, talking about that win, that's the alternate universe, as far as I'm concerned. Thanks, Kanyan. Mr. B. Rich, Knicks haven't lost the third quarter all playoffs. I did not know that. I will take your word for it. That is an awesome stat. So I guess no more third quarter doom. I guess we could put that behind us. Thanks, Mr. B. Rich. Jasper, Red Rich. Red Rich is your son, Jasper. Of course. How could I almost forgot. Hi, Jasper. What's going on? Holy shit, this team. Brunson with a shocker, and we still got the win. Fuck them picks. Yes. Some interesting language choices there, Jasper. I fully approve. I'm so happy you made that point, because watching in the moment, especially in the fourth quarter, as the Spurs were making the 14-0 run, and as Brunson was getting pretty good looks, and as he continued to miss those good looks, and then eventually as he just gave up the ball and was not like trying to commandeer the offense anymore, I was shocked. I was shocked at what I was watching. Because I just never thought that was possible. Because he's come up big so many times, and it was a shocker, and they survived it. What I will say, though, hold on. Here we go. I'm not sure exactly what they were, but I'm going to pull up Steph Curry's stats from his first championship win. So it was the 2014-15 NBA Finals. So he ended up rebounding, not literally rebounding, like getting like board work rebounding, but he ended up like shooting okay for the rest of the series. But I distinctly remember in that series, like it was not great at times for him. So game 1 was okay. He was 10 of 20 for 26 points. Game 2, which the Warriors lost. Maybe that's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah. Game 2 of the 15 NBA Finals? 15 NBA Finals. Steph Curry was 5 of, where did this go? 5 of 23 from the field, 2 of 15 from 3. Scored 19 points. I'll never forget that feeling like, oh my God, this guy is fallible. And then Cleveland went up 2-1, but then he started to get back on track. But I was like, so I anytime like someone has a terrible game, I always think like, well, if Steph Curry could have a bad game, anyone could have a bad game. So yeah. Thanks, Red Rich. Or thanks, Jasper. Appreciate you. Alejandro Albaji. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate this. Following the Knicks from Chile, where everyone's a Heat fan. Fuck them. Since 92. Traveled to Cleveland for Game 4. Whatever happens, I'm forever grateful for this season. There's nothing like sharing this feeling with people who stuck with this team. Yeah. Thank you for sticking with us, and thanks for traveling and going to see the team and rooting them on. I mean, you're a part of the success at that point. And yeah, I think we're all grateful at this point. But the part that I'm starting to struggle with, not struggle with, but the part that's like dawning on me now, especially that they got this win tonight, is the, you say there, whatever happens, right? Whatever happens. I'm not prepared to lose the series now. Like, you're up 2-0. You've won 2 road games in the NBA Finals. You have 3 home games left. If you win 2 of them, you're NBA champions. It's like, please win this. That's all I'm asking. Please win this. Thanks so much, Alejandro. Appreciate you, man. Uptown Hoodie, what's going on, man? Almost a heartbreaker. Yeah. For me, I don't think it would have been a heartbreaker. I just don't think anything will ever compare to Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals last year, which that was my number 1 as soon as it happened. And, because it was Indy and because of how it happened and the whole thing. This would have been second. At the moment, it would have been second. Anyway, credit team for building a 14-point lead. Yes, 100%. Cat, Bridges, Shamet, OG. Inexcusable. Cat didn't get design plays in the fourth quarter. Brunson is sick. Interviews yesterday. He was very congested. Oh, I didn't notice it. I good call by you. Design plays in the fourth quarter. I mean, I think that's easier said than done. I'm not saying don't try to do it. I was thinking it the whole time. Obviously, I was thinking it the whole time. But here's the thing. If you put the ball in Brunson's hands, you are obviously guaranteed to get a shot on goal pretty much all the time. But you also have Cat in offensive rebounding position. And he did come up with a massive offensive rebound, or at least extended the possession that led to a Brunson make. So there's that part of it too. But no, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I'm not going to say it's inexcusable because the Spurs are trying to take that away, but you're not wrong. Thanks, Uptown Honey. Smitty Powell with another one. We couldn't imagine this team during the regular season, which wasn't anything special, is now 2 wins away in MSG from being measured against the best teams in NBA history. I mean, it'll be measured against certainly the best postseason runs in NBA history. And they will put themselves into some I don't even know. Like, you talk about putting themselves in conversations. No team's ever done this. No team's ever done what they're doing. And you just got to keep your foot on the gas. That's all. Just got to keep your foot on the gas. That's all it is. Thanks, Smitty Pa. Mark with another one. On a lighter note, should Keldon Johnson give his 6-man award to Tony Brothers? I think he should give his 6-man of the year award to Landry Shamet. Because if Landry Shamet played like this all season, he'd be the first unanimous 6-man of the year award winner in the history of the league. Keldon Johnson tonight, -5 in 16 minutes. He was 1 of 4 from the field. Missed both of his threes. Did come up with a big offensive rebound, though. Thanks, Mark. Dennis DiSabato, 5 on 8 again, but got one. Let's finish this at home. Your lips to God's ear, man. Your lips to God's ears. Thanks, Dennis. Brandon Leroy, thanks for the contribution. Appreciate you. Parrish Tugger. So Brunson is human, apparently. Yet we found a way in that hell pit in San Antonio. I pray our fans just accept the effort for the win. I repeat, we won. Listen, ain't no like we will look at what went wrong. We'll look at what went right, and we'll look at what went wrong, as we do with every big game. I speak for us here at Knicks Film School, certainly. And I'm sure the Knicks will do the same. They will correct the things that went wrong, and they will hopefully repeat the things that went right or do as best as they can. The effort was never in question. The effort was never in question, which is why I appreciate this comment very much. The effort was never in question. Give them that, especially on defense. Oh, boy. Did they defend tonight? Thanks, Parrish. New York forever. What's going on, New York forever? Where's my hat's upstairs? I just want to say thank you, Mitch. Love it. Special night for him. Special night. Happy for him. Big minutes, by the way, for Mitch, because Kat did have that little bit of stint in foul trouble. So 14 minutes. Richard David, I feel like something will happen to make me not see the Knicks win the chip because my heart stopped on that last shot. This shit don't happen to us. No, it doesn't. Happens. Well, no, it happens to us. It doesn't happen for us, is the distinction that I will give. No, man, look, just they got to go out there and keep playing basketball like they're playing basketball. Because if they keep playing like they're playing, they'll get 2 more wins. Confident in that. Thanks, Richard. Nicolas Cage with my favorite avatar. Haters underestimate these nuts. 2 more wins to go. They tried everything, and yet the streak lives on. Why? Because we want it more. Let's go. We got this. Why? I mean, they're a great team. That's why. They're a great team. That's all there is to say. Thanks, Nicolas Cage. Malga, what's going on, Malga? 2 wins from eternity. Oh, boy. I'm on a Europe trip I booked a year ago. Friends say I'm insane. You'd have to kill me to get me to sleep instead of watching these games. Honestly, I may already be dead or dreaming. What a great super chat. That's phenomenal. Yeah, no, we were talking about it during the watch along because one of Andrew's buddies went to a country music concert tonight. And just like there's just no like I just know. So yeah, wherever you are in the world, like whatever time it is, it's just it's time to lock in. Thanks, Melga. Bro, look, Jesus, basketball gods were on the side of ethical hoops. Yes. No, Hakamich. No. Jay Berg, what's going on, Jay? Macri and KFS make Knicks fandom a better place. Oh, thank you very much. Been riding with you since 2020. Moved away from New York, and you've helped keep my fandom alive. Just want to say thanks and 2 more. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that, Jay. I know you've been a long time supporter of the show. Yeah, 2000. Those were some times. Those were some times. The 2019-20 season. How could anybody forget it? That was not so much fun. This is more fun. I'll say that. It's a lot more fun. Thanks, Jay. That was 2 podcast studios ago. Kyle, my buddy. Love you, brother. Giddy up. 2 to go. Thanks, man. Appreciate you. Paul McFarland, what's going on, Paul? Before the game, I told my wife I'd take a 1-point win. I don't think I know what I signed up for. Brunson hit just enough shots. Let's fucking go Knicks. They made just enough plays. You know, Bridges 8 of 13, Towns 8 of 12, OG 5 of 10, plus 5 free throws for 17 freaking points. And then Shamet, obviously, the 13 on 12 shots. Again, sounds worse than it was, but that was important. just everybody had it except Brunson. And like, you know what I thought was so interesting? Like, De'Aaron Fox said it after game one, and like they were going to go to an anybody but Brunson defense, and they definitely tried to employ an anybody but Brunson defense. But that's also deceiving because it's not like they were making it so that other guys were just like open, you know. It really has been like a pretty brilliant defensive performance for the most part from San Antonio. So credit to them for that. Thanks, Paul. Alex, not telling you how to feel, but you're going to tell me how to feel. This was the best win of the Brunson era. We played against the Spurs, the refs, the NBA, Adam Silver. This team is so mentally tough. Couldn't be more proud of my squad. I love the attitude. I love this attitude. I truly love this attitude. The best win of the Brunson era? Best. What does best even mean? I mean, my mind immediately goes to game one of the previous series. You know? Game one against the Cavs. You might be right. Based on your rationale, you might be right, Alex. I'll have to think about that one. It's a lot to throw at me right now. 2 a.m. Thanks, Alex. Alex with another one. If you can't beat us in a game 2, you can't beat us. That's true. We do have some game 2 not great stuff in our history. Let's see. What did we lose? We lost game 2 to the Hawks. We lost game 2 to the Pacers last year. We lost game 2 to the Pistons last year. We lost game 2 to the Cavs the year before that. Yeah, so a lot of game 2 losses. Not tonight, though. Thanks, Alex. Shrewd Clever Brick, what's going on? You can't say enough about this team's poise and maturity, 100%. Won the non-Cat and JB minutes, handily won the non-Cat and JB minutes. Responded to the awful ref calls with smart and tough defense. Took it to Wemby in the paint, 13 wins in a row. What? Oh, that's what I didn't say tonight. They tied the 2012-13 team, the third longest winning streak in team history. Now it's only the 93-94 team that won 15 in a row, and then the first championship team that won 18 in a row, I think it was. Yeah. It's just pretty wild. Thanks, Shrewd Clever Brick. Hey, my guy, Taxi Dave. Thank you for the generosity here. Always appreciate hearing from you, and hope you're well. My mom sadly passed away in April. Oh, no. And since we buried her, my Knicks haven't lost. Love for my mom, who's definitely up there pulling strings with the basketball god for the championship. Please keep Rhoda Bay, I hope I pronounced that right, in your heart. Taxi Dave, shout out to your mom. She raised a good one. And shout out to her for clearly being the guardian angel that this Knicks team needed. And most of all, shout out to you, because you're one of the good ones, man. And I know from our conversations that we've had over the years, how good of a one you are. I can't imagine. I imagine that, like, I can't imagine, but I could try about how, bittersweet all this is. I just hope you'll be able to look back on it, hopefully, with a championship in the rearview mirror, and appreciate, the run for what it is when a little bit more time passes. And I will just tell you, it will get easier. I promise you it will get easier. Thanks, Taxi Dave. Appreciate you, man. Andrew Horn. From my Substack guy. That's thank Cat's mom and KFS. I don't know that we deserve to be in the same conversation as Cat's mom, but I will take the compliment. Thank you so much, Andrew. Appreciate that. Hi, Zoo. This is Brunson's Philly series. I'll never forget it as long as I live. I was at game 2. Couldn't make a goddamn basket in the whole game. Did make the one they had to have to get the win, though. The corner 3 that bounced a few times before it finally went down. I expect a massive game 3 from him, especially with the Garden behind his back. We have them on the rope. Knock them out. Let's fucking go Knicks. I have zero question about the mentality the Knicks are going to bring into game 3. I think I know that the Spurs are going to bring us similar mentality into game 3. I just don't know how they're going to handle the crowd. Now, I imagine the Knicks will be a little unnerved with the crowd because that crowd's going to be insane. The Knicks have never experienced anything like what that crowd's going to be. So, you know. Thanks, Hush. Great comp to the Philly series. Ben Kim Gervey, BKG. Smile on my face, man. Smile on my face because I know you're happy. Talk about people that deserve to be happy. You deserve to be happy. Sometimes the ball bounces your way. Damn right. Hashtag 14 down. Hashtag 2 to go. Yeah. Almost at 69 wins. Thanks, Ben. Dan Hidalgo with another one. My new favorite sports quote before game 2. We didn't come to San Antonio to just win one. Josh Hart. If we get a split in New York, this thing is over. It's crazy to say, like, I just don't want to go back to San Antonio. This is an interesting like way to judge yourself as a Knicks fan. Knicks fans out there, obviously I don't know how to put a poll in a YouTube chat. If you could sign right now for 1-1 to become 3-1 in the finals, if you could sign for 1-1, would you sign for it? I gotta tell you, I think my answer is no. I need to think it through more, but I think my answer is no. And I don't think it matters, like, would I sign for to win game 3 and lose game 4? Would I sign to lose game 3 and win game 4? You know, the how obviously matters, but I wonder how many people would sign for that. And it's a tough decision for what it's worth, but I wouldn't sign for it. Thanks, Dan. Hi, Zoo. I'm religious. I think God is giving it to us, man. It's genuinely destiny. I don't know how to explain it. Any other year, Wemby hits that shot 10 out of 10 times, 2 more. I don't know, man. I don't fucking know. I'm not a religious person, and this is making me believe in something. I don't know what, but it's making me believe in something. I might have to go to church on Sunday. Probably be lit on fire as soon as I walk through the door. Thanks, Hush. Tommy Whelan, what's going on, Tommy? Give Brown credit for holding on to the challenge. You know, we haven't talked about Mike Brown enough tonight. That's my fault. We haven't talked about Mike Brown enough tonight. Mike Brown coached a fantastic game. I really don't put any of the blame of that late collapse on him. I thought he coached a fantastic game. I thought his substitutions were on point. He took the biggest risk he's taken since, you know, game 3 of the Hawks series, in having Brunson off the floor and having Cat off the floor, and it paid off. Kudos to him, man. And he held on to the challenge, and he needed it, and it was the difference in the game because they need it. Oh, yeah, and OG. Good call, Kev. OG was off the floor there, too. Good call. And it worked. Thanks, Tommy. Andrew Bedell, 0-3, I think, was the stat when winning game 1 on the road. 2-0 when it's gone 2 wins on the road to start. I like our chances. Praise McCall, please. He is owed. Yes. He is owed. So I saw, hold on one sec here. Teams to win. Teams to start 2-0 on the road in the NBA Finals. Let's see. So Oh yeah. Okay. So it was. It's only two teams. It's only two teams: the '93 Chicago Bulls and the '95 Houston Rockets. Now, the '95 Houston Rockets obviously went on to sweep. The '93 Chicago Bulls. It's a team with Michael fucking Jordan on it. Started out 2-0. They won the first two games in Phoenix. Came home, lost to Phoenix in game 3, won at home in game 4, and then lost at home in game 5. This is back when it was 2-3-2. So they lost 2 home games, Chicago Bulls. Michael Jordan lost 2 home games. And then, of course, they won that famous game 6. But if it wasn't for that shot, was it the Paxson shot? Would have gone to a game 7. So I don't know. I'm not counting any chickens before they're hatched. Thanks, Andrew. Exhibition continues. What's going on, man? Cat Masterclass again. Basketball gods looked out. Macri, can you get Pablo to investigate Tony Brothers? I might have to ask him. 2 more. I'm trying to breathe. We all are. I'm still trying to breathe. I'm not succeeding very well. Thanks. Exhibition continues. Kiwi Culprit. What's going on, Kiwi? Thanks for joining the watch along tonight. My Knicks PTSD is as bad as anybody's. But if you think this team with this fight is going to lose 4 of the next 5 and 3 at home, you're crazy. Let's fucking go, Knicks. I don't think they will, but I cannot sit here and be like, we are winning the championship and like just be like, that's it. It's done. It's over. No, like they got to go earn it. They got to go earn it. As you say, aptly and correctly, there's any number of reasons. First and foremost, the fight that they continue to show. To believe that they will get 2 more wins. But I'm not going to believe it until I see it. I'm just not. That's just me. So, yeah. Keep going and playing like you're playing. Thanks, Kiwi Culprit. Huzzoo, J-Mac, we're up 2-0. Up 2-0! Ah! We are up 2-0. We're up the Knicks are up 2-0 in the NBA Finals. They did not lose either game in San Antonio. That is insane. That is fucking insane. Thanks, Hush. Appreciate you, man. Shrewd, clever brick. Mike Brown saved the challenge for the perfect moment in a poorly officiated game, and OG rewarded him with 3 clutch free throws. Just simply beautiful, man. So I'll tell a quick side story here. So as you guys know, who have done or joined the watch-alongs, we are usually a little bit behind because we need to sync up. But also just like when the game is on, we're both. I have DirecTV. I forget what service Andrew has, but like. I don't think we have like the fastest possible viewing of the game. And I know that because when I go to the box score on ESPN.com, like they're ahead. There are usually a few moments during games where I like accidentally because I keep another window over that window and then I have it there. There are a few times every game where I mistakenly see the score before I'm seeing the thing that led to the score. And one of those times happened tonight after OG got fouled, and I looked and I saw it, and it was 99 to 97. Now it was tied at 97 all, and then he hit all 3 free throws, go up 197. But the ESPN thing, like in a situation like that, they will update after each free throw, usually. So like. It said 97, it's 99, 97, and I saw it, and then I covered it up right as soon as I saw it. And I was like, oh no, did he miss a free throw? Or was it just hopefully the moment between the second free throw and the third free throw, and turned out to be the moment between the second and third free throw? So that was good. Thanks, Shrewd. Matt D. Man. What's going on, Matt D. Man? First time, long time. Refs awful, OG dunk legendary. Not even his best playoff dunk. He's had better playoff dunks. But or definitely the one 2 years ago against Philly, I think was better. But yeah, in terms of meaning and in terms of difficulty level, sure, this was his best. Thanks, Matt. Luyen, what's going on, Luyen? Love that coach called out Mitch for his play down the stretch. Love the confidence putting him on Wemby one-on-one. Well, that was 100%. They were always going to do that. The defense held up. I mean, look, they gave up 95 points in game one. They gave up 104 points in game two. Defense has been fun. You know, they scored 105 points both games, which is funny. Thanks, Leon. Andrew, 12 games. We're stomping on all doubters. Alamo, not 12 games, 13 games. They've won 13 games in a row. Keep shorting them one. Don't short them. Thanks, Andrew. Scott Many. I think I got that right. I love this team, and I love that my 8-year-old son is growing up to winning this team. He gets to see my fandom, and I love to pass it on from losing to now. It's all worth it. I think about kids like that. I think about kids who have been following this team now for a few years, and all they have known is like a super competent winning team. It reminds me of when I started watching them. The very first year I watched them, they made the finals. And I thought they would just make the finals every year, you know? And then they didn't. And that was tough. But it was still awesome. And it was still like, all right, the Knicks are just going to be in it every year. Like that's the expectation. And I think that is going to help get these kids hooked for life. I mean, I made it through 20 years of mostly losing, and I never wavered. So yeah. Excuse me. Thanks, Scott. Jake Aussie Knicks fan. What's going on? Crying in my living room in Melbourne, Australia. So proud to be a Knicks fan. 2 more, guys. 2 more. Thanks for joining us from the land down under. You should be proud to be a Knicks fan. Everybody should be today. For sure. Matty Heads. What's going on, Matt? Knicks at 4 till it's not. Verge of tears. 2 more at the crib, man. Yeah. That shout out to Andrew Claudio. 4 Knicks at 4 till it's not. Could you imagine if they go faux to end this thing? I'm not even. I can't even. I can't believe I said it out loud. I can't do that. That's a bad job by me. I will take that back. Strike that from the record. Thanks, Matty. Alfie Greco. What's going on, Alfie? Hey, Wemby. I can't read that. Clutch machine broken. Look, man, that dude, I don't know if I'd say he put the team on his back, but he gave him a chance and couldn't bring it home, and that sucks for him, and I'm not going to feel bad. So that's it. Thanks, Alfie. Andrew Badal. Hashtag come bucket. Just because. I've filled many. I'm sure you have, Andrew. I'm sure you have. It's not disturbing at all. Sam Skates. Hashtag 69 wins. Shout out to 4Play. Cat is a god. Just got to keep it going, man. Just got to keep it going. That's all. Just keep it going. 2 more. Just get them any way you can. Mzal, another one of these, man. Thank you so much. I have no words and no voice left after that. They continue to find new ways to show their championship character. Tonight with defense and surviving a few questionable whistles. Can't wait to see the Garden on Monday. 2 freaking more. Let's fucking go. So, Monday at the Garden. It's going to sound silly. How vital is it that the Knicks get that win? Like, on a scale of 1 to 10, how vital is it that they win that game? Because you have the Spurs down now. whether they are down emotionally or down mentally, like they are literally down. They are literally down 2-0. And they've lost both of their home games. They've lost home court advantage in the series twice over. You could lose game 3 and you still have home court, right? Still have home court. And you lose game 3, you could still obviously win game 4. And then you're up 3-1, and we know there's only been one team in finals history to come back from down 3-1. I don't know, man. Like, they're all going to say that Monday is the most important game of the year, and, like, they're going to play it like it's 0-0 or whatever. I kind of think Monday is, like, really fucking important. Like, obviously. It's the fucking finals. Every game is important. But I, like... you can't, obviously you can't say like Monday is a must-win game. It's crazy. But I just don't want to give this team any hope. I don't want to give this team any life. Just really don't want to give them any hope. And I hope they feel the same way. Kev is saying the French comment was a Sopranos reference. I've watched every... Oh, it's an Artie Bucco thing. I still am not going to be able to say it. Thanks, Emza. Appreciate that, man. Let's get 2 more. Please. Dom the Dentist. What's going on, Dom? Tony Brothers, you tried your best with yo. I'm not saying that. Fuck it. With yo bitch ass. Sorry, Tony. Listen, guy was a fucking asshole tonight. Come on. Sam Skates. Hashtag 69 wins. Shout out to Foreplay. Cat is a god. We got this one already. Kev, you're doubling up here. I mean, it's a good one. Nicolas Cage, we are up 2-0 despite the refs' fuckery. Hashtag Destiny. Good hashtag. Thanks, Nicholas. Sam Skates. Here's another one from Sam Skates. 42-36, San Antonio leading. 7-10 in the second. 7-10 left in the second. Cat fights for a loose ball and finds McCall in the corner through 3 Spurs. Right here. Cat dime with 3 underlines. In parentheses, 4-on-1. Mikal Bridges 3, 42-39. At that moment, I said they look like champions. So my notes thus far were to that point in the quarter. Cat 3, Shamet crazy block that they said on the broadcast maybe should have been a foul. No. Cat drive, followed by a Cat block. And then Cat sealed. I don't know. I can't visualize the play that made me write Cat seal. And then good ball movement led to 39-34. Like, it was all Cat. And then the Cat dime. It was just that whole start of the second quarter when they were down by 9. You know, they were down by 9. They executed a 26-point turnaround in this game, going from down 12 to up 14. Think about that. Think about how well a team needs to play to execute a 26-point turnaround. But they did. They did. Thanks, Sam. All right, we do stat of the night. Stat of the night is 5. Shout out to Jonah Coffin, who does our stats of the night. 5 offensive rebounds for the Spurs. How did I not realize that? That's a great job by you, and that's just a terrible job by me to not to not have that at the ready and not highlight that as one of the key stats of the game. Sorry, I'm just looking up. Yeah, damn. This was tied for the fewest offensive rebounds the Knicks have allowed in any game this postseason. Fewest offensive rebounds the Spurs have gotten in a game this postseason. And combined with the Knicks winning the turnover battle by 1 and winning the rebounding battle, only the 5th time any team has done that against the Spurs this postseason. This led to the Knicks taking 11 more shots than the Spurs, though both teams made the same number of field goals. Knicks were 37 of 89. Spurs were 37 of 78. Knicks 16 of 21 from the line. Spurs 19 to 27. And then the ultimate difference in the game. I mean, this game was this game. Every margin in this game was just razor thin. Spurs 11 to 29 from 3. Knicks 15 to 38. You know, Spurs took less threes. The margins were super thin, and like offensive rebounding in particular, was the difference. How about the Knicks ending up with 29 assists on 37 made field goals? That's a number. That's a nice number. That's a number I'm mad I didn't see until now. They had a fucking assist percentage of what? What was that? 76 point. I guess 76.4. Let's see how close I come. 29 divided by 37. I was off. 78.4. I was off by 2%. That was a bad job. 78.4 assist percentage. That's awesome. I know I'm getting far afoul of the stat of the game, but like that's a really good stat. Really, really good stat. Okay, thanks, Jonah. Appreciate you, man. Whoa, this is incredibly generous. Hi, how are you? That New York Knicks fan. Thank you for the very generous contribution. I love all of you. Cherish this. I'm trying to cherish it, man. I'm trying. It's 2:17 in the morning. The game ended almost 3 hours ago. I still have not wrapped my mind around the fact that the Knicks won the basketball game. And I don't know that I will be able to anytime soon. I don't know about tomorrow. I don't know about Sunday. I don't know. Thanks, man. Red Rich with another one. By the way, never let Sean jump in the watch along and jinx us like that ever again. So, Red Rich, I thought it at the time. I said, why would you potentially jinx it? I didn't say anything. Will I give Sean shit for this on Monday? Yes, I will. Thanks, man. Jax Master. What's going on, Jax Master? Cat MVP. Everyone playing okay. And we're still up 2-0. Let's go. I mean, who's had two great games? I would say Cat has had two great games. I think OG has had two very good games. I think Shamit has had two very good games. Alvarado was 0 for 4 tonight, but it's tough to say a guy had I don't know. He's really good. Yeah. Anyway, here's what I know. Brunson has had two really shitty shooting games, and they're up 2-0. That's the most important thing for me. Thanks, Jax Master. Rich McLeod, what's going on, man? Brunson wasn't Brunson. Hart wasn't Hart. The refs were abysmal. They blew a 14-point lead with 6 minutes to go, and they still fucking won. This is the team we've waited our entire lives for. Inevitable. I mean, things didn't end well for Thanos, but you know, Thanos won one. He just got taken away when they invented the time machine. So hopefully the Knicks are also inevitable. 2 more wins. That's all it comes down to. 2 more wins. 2 more wins for your lives. Thanks, Rich. Rowan B. What's going on, Rowan? Hey, John. I heard every bit of New York Knicks PTSD in your voice, and I had to turn off the watch along because before I caught it. Alas, it was too late. I knew we would lose. We had so much to overcome this game, and we did it. Rowan, you're an OG. I know you're an OG because you've been a supporter of the show for a very long time, and I appreciate that very much. I apologize. I mean that. I apologize because it's not, I just, it's there and it's always going to be it. Well, no, maybe it won't. You know what? Maybe it won't always be there. Maybe if they could pull this out, maybe if they could get 2 more wins, maybe then it'll finally be gone. Maybe then I will finally be able to watch Knick games and think about the good thing that might happen. as opposed to the worst possible thing that could happen. Until we win one, though, man. Oh, God. It's so hard. This is not for the faint of heart. Thanks, Rowan. David Phoenix. What's going on, David? How you doing? We thought the Cleveland comeback was closure for last year's Eastern Conference Finals Game 1 collapse, but maybe it's this game. 14-point lead with similar time left in the fourth. More tonight. This is how bad that fucking Game 1 collapse was. The Spurs, I think, tied this game at like roughly the same point in the game that the Knicks like started to barf away the 14-point lead last year. Not exactly, but it was like not far off. Anyway, but this time we did just enough to stave off the loss and slay the demons. I mean, look, sure, that's fine. Like I'm not like, yes, they did enough and they stayed. Nothing you're writing is inaccurate. There would have been, honestly, not saying that there would have been more to pick at and like really like lose years worth of sleep over from this game than Game 1 of these conference finals is not even like there would have been like, I think honestly a lot more to lose sleep over if they had lost this game. You know, the Brunson missed free throw alone, you know, would have been something that I just, you know, Game 1 last year is one Cat missed free throw, one OG missed free throw, the Brunson to OG turnover under the basket, and then, you know, whatever you want to make of the defense that allowed Aaron Nesmith to turn into Steph Curry for 3.5 minutes. So, I don't know. Maybe it's an overstatement, but like, I don't know. They really withered a little bit down the stretch there. I mean, a 14-0 run, you know, I mean, that's a lot of points. But you know what they say, you win or you learn. I think that they will have a lot of learning to do after this game, which is great. That's a really good thing. That's a really good thing. Anyway, and at the end of the day, like, look, the Halliburton shot went down. This one didn't. The basketball gods owed us one. Thanks to sorry, I called you David. Davin, excuse me. Steve Macri, let's fucking go Knicks. Lan Sanity. Where's the Shamet statue going? Putting it in Soho? Union Square? Upper East Side? Right in the middle of Central Park? I don't know. Start figuring that shit out because he's got to get one. Thanks, Steve. Sam L. Skates with another one. Cat for Randall and Dante might go down as one of the best trades in franchise history when they win 2 more games. Oh, man. If. Generational fleecing. The greatest trade in Knicks history is Dave the Busher trade. The second greatest trade in Knicks history as of right now is the Earl Monroe trade. And then I would say then come the trades of this era. If they win the championship, the Cat trade, I think, goes past the Earl Monroe trade, and then it's just the Cat trade and the Busher trade. That's it. And they stand side by side. You know, Dave the Busher, top 3 player on 2 championship teams. Karl Anthony Towns, like, you know, at least in the playoffs, like co-best player at worst of 1 championship team. But just from the trade perspective, like, you know, they gave up a Hall of Famer Walt Bellamy's a Hall of Famer. They gave up a Hall of Famer for Dave the Busher and another guy who's a really useful player. In this trade, they gave up, you know, Dante DiVincenzo's awesome, you know, 6-man quasi-starter type of guy, and then Julius. You know, Julius, very excellent player. He's not Walt Bellamy. Not quite. Thanks, Sam. Oscar, what's going on, Oscar? Shout out McCall, OG, FM Picks, Cat, a complete monster. Well said. Appreciate you, Oscar. David Denito. What's going on, David? Like you said, Macri, that shot goes in every time. 100 out of 100 times that ball goes in the last 20 years. Last 30 years. Last 40 years. Fuck. Last 50 years. I mean, since before I was born, we make the costly turnover, but not this team, not this year. 2 more. Thank you, KFS. Unreal content every year. Thank the folks that are surrounded, I'm surrounded with, and most of all, thanks to Andrew Claudio, because everything goes back to Andrew. Every piece of content we put out goes back to Andrew, and he is, I've been talking about like what this run has meant to people. It's been very cool that I've been able to watch all of these games with someone who has become, like a brother to me in a lot of ways. So shout out to him. Neo Marioism. What's going on, Neo? Tony Brothers, your soul is in question. That fucking wrestling dude needs to put a curse on Tony Brothers. Shit was fucked up. How do you not call a foul there, man? Domain Connect. Barkley is campaigning for Cat to be Finals MVP. This is not even a conversation. It's not even a conversation. He was better than Brunson in game 1. I say that as someone like an asshole who put Cat as the 3-star player of the game, as the 1-star player of the game, put Brunson as the 2-star player of the game. Cat should have been no lower than the 2-star player of the game in game 1. And honestly, the more I thought about it, the more I'm like, he should have been the 3-star player. But whatever. He was awesome. The other 2 guys who were the best players in game 1, Hart and Brunson, were both poo-poo tonight. So it's not even close. Cat's the Finals MVP through 2 games, but he's got to win. You got to win 2 more. You got to win 2 more. The Right Angle. What's going on, The Right Angle? How you doing? Thank God for Mike Brown challenging that missed foul on OG. Knicks in 4 would be ideal because my heart can't take much more of this. Let's go Knicks. I want Monday so bad. Already, I want Monday so bad. I want them to win Monday more than I've ever wanted them to win another game in my life. Going into it, that's not even. Sorry, I said that like it was some kind of a fucking hot take. Duh. But yeah, just more than anything. Thanks, Right Angle. Sam Skates with another one. Thanks for all the generous contributions, Sam. Knicks went from plus 160 to win the series to plus 160 to sweep the series since game 1 tipped Wednesday night. Let that sink in. So shout out to our friends at FANATICS Sportsbook. I'll check the updated odds right now. Yeah, as I take a sip here. So Knicks are minus 500 to win the championship. Knicks sweep plus 160. Knicks to win in 6 plus 300. Knicks to win in 5 plus 480. Spurs in 7 is plus 550. Knicks in 7 is plus 1,000. And then Spurs in 6 is plus 1,300. That all checks out. That all checks out. Thanks, Sam. Benjamin Klein. What's going on, Ben? Macri, you should take tonight's Super Chat money and go to game 3. We owe it to you and you owe it to yourself. Thanks for everything. So I'm not going to... I'm not going to say anything. I will just say, Ben, I'm right where I belong. And for as much as that game 3 atmosphere is going to be incredible and a one-of-a-kind thing, I want to be right here. It's the only place I want to be. And hopefully people don't mind. Thanks, Benjamin. As my ears are starting to hurt. Davin with another one. 2 summers ago, Leon Rose put all the chips on the table for McCall and Cat. They were the 2 best players on the floor in the most pivotal Knick game in 30-plus years. Has a GM ever had a jersey retired? What a great call by you, Davin. I'm writing your name down because hopefully I remember to reference it. Really great call. Leon Rose should get a raise. I'm sure he's well paid, but after tonight, he should get a raise. And those were, they were both controversial. Cat trade was controversial. Not that controversial, but it was controversial. A lot of money. But you get what you're paying for right now. You're getting what you're paying for. Thanks, Davin. Darth Dream, what's going on? Darth, Spurs haven't won in the Garden this decade. Is that true? Shit. Look, different team. The Spurs have sucked for a lot of this decade, which is crazy to say, but it's true. Who could forget the Christmas game? I'll never forget the Christmas Day game. And then this year, the blowout. The blowout. I forget. Wait a minute. Now I'm getting. What the Christmas game was Wemby's? Wasn't that Wemby's first game at the Garden? I think it was. I don't know if you remember, Kev. Hold on, I'm pulling this up here. Oh no, that's right. I remember his first game at the Garden. It was in November. They got their ass kicked. He wasn't very good. 14 points on 14 shots. Well, that team stunk, but still. That's right. I remember that now. The Christmas game was the second game at the Garden. He was awesome that day on Christmas, but Mikal Bridges was better. Thanks, Darth. Hush Zoo, what's going on, Hush? If JB has a massive Game 3 and Game 4, assuming they do the unthinkable, I think he's getting Finals MVP. I do think the physicality is getting to his head. I would completely agree with you. I think if Jalen Brunson has 2 big scoring games, he will get Finals MVP. That said, I'm not sure that he would deserve it because, they're just down 2-0 if Cat is, mediocre. Here's the reality. If Cat was mediocre, they're down 2-0. Jalen Brunson, by his standards, has been mediocre overall, and they're up 2-0. So, But I agree with you. Thanks, Hush. Mac Doob. What's going on, Mac Doob? First time, long time, guys. Just want to support. Thank you for helping me make sense of this unbelievable reality we are currently living in. This is truly special. 2 more wins. What's crazy? They're down to just 2. They're 2 wins away. 2 wins away from the championship. Thanks, Mac. Mr. Fabro, $10 for good Game 3 vibes. Keep it going, man. Keep it going. You gotta keep it going. It's the best investment you've ever made, I trust. Thanks, dude. Kevin Danishevsky, what's going on, Kev? How are you? 2 away. J-Mac, don't you yearn for the days of defending Tibbs from the OB Hive? My God. I don't yearn for any days. These are the days. These are the days that I will yearn for eventually. But no, I don't yearn for any days. Or might you slightly prefer 13 straight playoff wins? Hashtag good old John. We've had a lot of discussions over the years. dare I say, we've had a lot of disagreements over the years. Not me and you, Kev. I'm just talking about like us as the Knicks fan base. But you know, the enthusiasm level never dropped. The faith overall in the organization, I think, has rarely dropped. But look, that was a necessary part of the journey. We would not feel, Kevin, we would not feel as we do tonight were it not for those days. So I may not yearn for those days, but I do appreciate them. And I do think that they were necessary, both for the basketball team we root for and for Knicks Film School. Thanks, Kevin. Appreciate you, man. Hope you're doing well. Danishevsky with another one. I once argued that IQ was a Dame comp. We made it. Listen, that's not nearly as silly as half of the shit that I've said. So don't beat yourself up. Not that you are, but don't. Beach chair. Okay. Coming down the pike here. Incredible vibes right now, and we should all savor this. But remember, job's not finished. Hashtag let's go Knicks. I just need every one of the players on this team to embody that ethos. Please, for the love of God. And I think they will. In fact, I have no doubt that they will. Thanks, Beach Chair. Sergio Acosta, what's going on, Sergio? The refs can't win it for you. Let's go Knicks. I'm loving all the shitting on the refs tonight. This is fantastic. It is so well-deserved because they were so bad tonight. Thanks, Sergio. Hush Zoo, what a great start to the weekend. Still in awe. I have no plans this weekend, which is great. My kids have some things, which are because kids always have things. Hangover, fresh episode of The Hangover tomorrow. I got Jeff Johnson. Oh, my God. Is there no one I'd rather talk to tomorrow about this game and about this series than Jeff Johnson? So I don't know what time we're going on. We both probably need some sleep. And then finally, I'm going to see Obsession with my wife. I've seen Obsession before. I went by myself, I think the first or second night it was out. But my wife has not seen Obsession. So we're going to go see Obsession tomorrow. Shout out to my mother and father-in-law who are going to watch the kids. I want to see Obsession with my older daughter, but my wife thinks better of it, so I'm not going to argue. We'll take the date night. Thanks, Hush. Hush with another one. Tony Brothers is the real extender, not Foster. I think he's a shit ref. You know. He's a shit ref. Like, his time has passed. It was atrocious tonight. It was atrocious. Thanks, Hush. Oscar. Oh, John, I bought the cat tee when I was in New York, too. Isn't this a great shirt? I love this shirt. You got that mean mug, too. All right. Shout out to FanCash. Amazing what it could get you if you wager enough, consistently enough. Thanks, Oscar. Oh, and shout out to our squad bet that hit. Nigel, what's going on, Nigel? Wemby played like a broke Joel Embiid. Nah, man, that guy was awesome in the second half, Wembanyama. But you got to play the full 48, and he did not. And that includes when he was in the first half when he was not particularly good. Thanks, Nigel. Alex. Yes, we've won 13 straight, but we avoided Indy, Detroit, Boston, and OKC. So I say it doesn't count. I hope you're happier by the time this chat comes up. I'm happy. It's just I'm in disbelief. Disbelief is not the same as unhappiness. Disbelief is not the same as unhappiness. Still in disbelief. Thanks, Alex. Big Daddy Satin, what's going on, man? At what point are we going to hear about the Knicks winning 4 out of 5 against the Spurs this year? This is not a fluke. 2 more. It's not a fluke. I think smart basketball people, including people right here at Knicks Film School, and not because we're homers, pointed out that the Knicks have some very real matchup advantages against the Knicks that the Thunder the Knicks have certain very real matchup advantages against the Spurs that the Thunder did not have. Sorry, mixed my words up there. As far as like, is the series over because of that? No, it's not, because the Spurs are a really good team and they could continue to figure stuff out. And there were, God knows, think about the first quarter of this game and think about the last 6 minutes of this game. The Spurs look dominant. So the fact that can still happen, the Knicks need to, they got to be on their shit. They got to play better in game 3 than they played tonight, and better in game 3 than they played in game 1. That's the reality. But like, listen, anybody being like, oh, the Knicks are fluky no, come on. Anybody saying anything the Knicks have done or will do is fluky in any way, I mean, it's just it's just not very bright. Thanks, man. Joseph Sokola, how you doing, man? Great to hear from you. Hope you're well. I'm struggling to accept that they won myself. Yeah, I know I'm not the only one. We're supposed to lose these games. I feel like the basketball gods rewarded us for the greatness of our run. You know what? The universe fucking owes us. 14 down, 2 to go. Let's fucking go, Knicks. Yes. 14 down, 2 to go. They're so close. They know they're close. They know how close they are. They will not take it for granted. They did not take tonight for granted. Even when they were up big, I don't think they took anything for granted. I think they picked the wrong time and it was a lot of it was Brunson. A lot of it was Brunson, but it also wasn't all him. It's just picked a bad time to play poorly. Thanks, Joseph. Drew P, despite the game, he had our last 5 points. Closer. Yeah, no, like Brunson has set the bar above the roof. You can't reach the bar that Brunson has set. It's not possible. You can't even see it. It's so far up in the fucking sky. That's how high the bar is. Did he have his best game? No. But they won. And that's all that matters. And that's all he cares about. And he'll be better in game 3. In part because he can't be much worse. Thanks, Drew. Matt Grod. What's going on, Matt? Rare chat participant. Well, thank you for the very generous contribution here. Appreciate you. But a brand ambassador for KFS. Oh, that's even better. Thank you so much. Macri, we met at Penn 6 2 years ago. Canby, Jersey. I'm the pathetic Knicks fan that goes back and forth from Massachusetts for every playoff game. KFS makes my rides easy. Thanks. Let's go Knicks. 1, you're not pathetic at all. 2, I absolutely remember you because there's not many fans you'll meet that say they travel from Massachusetts to New York on a regular basis, for playoff games. And 3, you're very welcome. Thank you so much for the very kind contribution and comment. Thank you. Andrew Badow, wait till Sohan is put in against Wemby when confetti begins to fall. Pure gold. I wouldn't mind some Sohan minutes here at some point, but let's hope we get him under the right circumstances. Next up, Mr. Sannon, 17. Thank you for the contribution. I hope you didn't have a comment associated with this, but very much appreciate you. Thank you. Dom Cappuccini. I was wondering when we were going to hear from you, Dom. Well, I figured you passed out. Made my own watch party with my wife, friends, work friends locally. I guess it would have been as memorable if they won by 15. It wouldn't have been as memorable if they won by 15. So thanks, Knicks, I guess. I still love you. Nah, you got to have it. There's nothing but, there can't be anything but love in your heart for this team. It would have been obviously one of the most frustrating losses ever, but you know, it would have. I personally would have been. I would have been angry at the refs, and I would have felt really bad for Jalen Brunson, and I would have been frustrated too. But I would have felt really bad for Jalen Brunson because he picked the worst time in his life to have the worst game of his life, and this is about as bad as you'll see Brunson play. You know, but they got it done, so we don't got to look at it like that. Yeah. Thanks, Dom. Good to hear you had your party. Another one from Dom here. After the Bridges and then the Cat trade, even though I understood the Knicks had their most talent in 50 years, not in my wildest dream, I could have seen this team literally 2 wins away from immortality. I mean, I never saw a run like this, but even putting that aside, did we see a championship team? When they were first assembled, I think, yeah, it was pretty easy to talk yourself into it because you're like, oh my God, we got the squad. We got the offense. We got the defense. We got the perfect infrastructure for a Brunson-led offense or a Brunson-led team. And then Cat's a matchup nightmare, and no one's going to be able to stop the Cat JB two-man game, and, you know, so on and so forth. And they're going to be smart enough to play Cat at the 5, and Tibbs will figure out the defense, and yada, yada, yada. I think they needed to come together as a team. And they also needed a new coach. Like Mike Brown, man. Mike Brown. Just Mike Brown. He's the difference. Because the pretty much same team as last year, give or take, you know, Jordan Clarkson, who, by the way, didn't play tonight. Mike Brown. And we got a couple more from Dom here. Until now, feel free to continue to move the goalposts. I couldn't give a fuck less. Go Knicks. Stay locked in. Yes. Listen, our goalposts are right where they need to be. And that last one from Dom. Just get 2 more and make history. Win this in New York for New York. I don't care if they win it in New York, San Antonio, or Timbuktu. I don't care if it takes 4 games, 5 games, 6 games, or 7 games. Just get this team a championship. Please. It's all I ask. It's all I want. I would give... Well, I would say I would give my left nut, but they're not functioning anymore anyway, so that wouldn't be much of an offer. Pinky toe? Whatever you want. Serve it up on a silver platter. Thanks, Tom. Vince, what's going on, Vince? Went to the MSG watch party with my son. That was very cool. It was awesome. In any other year from 1974 through 2025, that Wemby shot goes in, and we spend the offseason talking about that BS Mitch technical costing us the season. Not this year. I hope not this year. I hope and pray for every one of us not this year. Well, obviously, we're not going to talk about the Mitch tech or any of that, but just finish it off. That's it. Finish it off. 2 more. Just got to get 2 more. Any way you can. Doesn't matter how. Get 2 more. Thanks, Vince. T-Squared. Hey, our old friends at T-Squared. How are you? Party bus from Penn 6 to T-Squared when it happens. I don't make the rules. Daniel. Daniel's a manager at T-Squared. Helped us have just a fantastic run at T-Squared Social. Shout out to them. Great. You know, still certainly the biggest and sports bar in New York. They do a great job. And but we're also you know, shout out to Penn 6, who's been a great host for our watch parties this postseason. Gio, what's going on, Gio? Flew down to San Antonio and was in the building tonight with my dad. Oh, that's so cool. Very happy that you got to experience that. I will never forget this night. What a team. What a life. Job not done. 2 more. Thank you, KFS, for your awesome content. You have a fan for life. Well, that means more to me than you possibly know. I'm really, really happy you got to share it tonight with your dad. It's awesome that you were in the building. Good job by you going down there and representing Knicks Nation and helping support the team. Continues to be a talking point how Knicks fans travel, which is just awesome. It's why we root, to have the memories that carry us the rest of our lives. Never going to forget this playoff run, and, you know, just please 2 more, please. Thanks, Gio. Iceman Sham, surviving that Tony Brothers masterclass. Yeah, the shit might just be destiny. Listen, Adam Silver did his damnedest. Adam Silver did his damnedest. Let's leave it at that. I get it. You gotta make the TV company, make TV stations happy and all that stuff. No Limit Key. Brunson hasn't played great the last 2 games, to be honest. He's been bad. He was great in 1 quarter in this series. 1 quarter out of 8. That's it. Just imagine if he shoots a little bit better and Josh stops fouling, LOL. Well, the Josh foul thing is a little bit more complicated because you could argue that they benefited from Josh Hart not being on the floor. The biggest question I have about tonight, personally, other than like, can we really fully dissect what went wrong? Like, if Josh Hart doesn't get in foul trouble, does he play 18 minutes? And if he plays, and how many more minutes of Josh Hart, and this is going to sound fucked up, but I got to say it, how many more minutes of Josh Hart could the Knicks have afforded tonight? Because they really, like, they benefited from the extra spacing tonight. You know, Josh Hart made some really big plays, made some winning plays, but they were, like, he wasn't great tonight. You know, he wasn't great tonight. Now, Brunson needs to shoot better. You know, they could all shoot better. Brunson was 2 of 8 from 3 tonight. What was he from 3 last night? How do I hold on? Last night or 2 nights ago, excuse me. Brunson was 2 of 9. 2 of 8 and 2 of 9. I don't know what that percentage is, but it's not good. It's like 23%. So let's get it up there. Actually, out of curiosity, what is the lowest 3-point percentage that Jalen Brunson has ever shot for an entire playoff series? Because he's 4-17, should be 23%. I'll just double check that right now. Yeah, 23.5%. So his lowest 3-point shooting percentage in a playoff series shot 18% from 3 in the Eastern Conference Finals, literally a couple weeks ago. Shot 22%. He is shooting 23% now. And then after that, 25% in the Western Conference Finals when he was with Dallas in the loss to the Suns. No, sorry. In the Western semis, when they beat the Suns in the Western semis, he shot 25%, 29% in the first round against Cleveland 2 years ago, 30% against the Sixers 2 years ago, and then 31% against Indiana 2 years ago. And he's had some really good ones too. 38% against the Hawks this year, 39% against Boston last year, and then in the sweep against Philly this year, 45%. And then his other 2 best 3-point shooting performances came with Dallas. So, I don't know. Look, he's not going to shoot 23% the whole fucking series. I'll tell you that right now. He will make threes in a game. I don't know what game. Hopefully it's game 3, but he'll make some threes. Thanks, No Limit. Greg Film Stuff. What's going on, Greg? How you doing, man? My chest hurts. You and me both. The refs did all they could to tie this series, and New York still found a way to win. I knew they needed to get both games in San Antonio because they cannot give these kids any confidence. Now the Spurs have to deal with a zoo. It's an interesting take. They needed to win both games in San Antonio so as to not give them confidence. So by that logic, then game 3 is just as important, right? Because if you give them confidence in game 3 in that atmosphere, right? If you give them confidence in that atmosphere of all things, and they could be like, wait a minute, we could go into MSG and win. No, you don't want to give them confidence. You don't want to give them confidence. You don't want to let them get rolling, but one step at a time. Thanks, Greg. Drazov. What's going on, Drazov? How you doing, man? Hope you've been well. Haven't seen you in a while. I've been absent from the KFS fan most of the season, but y'all lifetime fans deserve this, and the greatest city on earth deserves this. Why do you say y'all? You're part of us. you know, you're part of us. Whether you're a fan for a month or 100 years, you deserve this. We all deserve this. Well, it can't be a fan for 100 years because they've only been around for 80 years. So whether you've been a fan for 8 months or 80 years, you deserve this. Johnny Chiba, what's going on, Johnny? How you doing, brother? Longtime supporter here. Thankful for KFS, years of tears, comforted by expert analysis. Knicks ascension coinciding with podcast growth and greatness. What turned in Atlanta? Listen, I think our growth we were already in a great spot. But this run has definitely helped us out, like for sure. As far as what turned in Atlanta, I mean, it's funny because Doc Rivers, when he was on with Simmons, after game one, they talked pretty explicitly about a meeting of some kind that occurred after game 3 in Atlanta. And I'm like, was there like a meeting that was explicitly reported on? I remember there were like some allusions to like stuff that may have been said and like Cat talking about like taking on the offense, talk to Mike Brown, whatever. But they were talking about like a meeting, and like they knew. And I'm like, did I miss something? I don't know. Maybe I missed something. I don't know. But I don't know. I don't know what happened. I don't know. We'll find out soon enough, though. Hopefully. Parish Duggar, hey Mac, you gotta loosen up and just go with the joy. Not possible. Not possible. If they win a championship this year, I'll loosen up. Until then, I'm tighter than the fucking nuns in San Antonio. That was probably borderline inappropriate. D Veal, what's going on? I lost my brother 7 months ago. Sorry to hear that, man. Who, like me, was a lifelong New York Knicks fan. Thank you for your dedication and giving me that outlet to celebrate the good and vent when it's not. Job not done. Let's finish this off and let's fucking go. Oh, man. I'm so sorry. I can't. We get a lot of comments and chats and things about people who lost a parent. I can't remember getting one about someone who lost a sibling. I obviously don't know how old you are or how old your brother was, but like, it only until recently have I fully understood, because I have a brother, but we never lived together, and so I don't think I ever fully appreciated the connection between siblings until I'm now seeing it with my girls. I can't imagine it. I can't imagine that. So shout out to you. Rest in peace to your brother. We are your outlet for whatever you need. And hopefully we can have one of those highs pretty soon. And look, it doesn't take away the pain, but make things a little lighter, a little easier. Thanks, man. Shout out to you and your family. GC Malerbo, what's going on, GC? Too little cat in the fourth quarter. Yeah, I think look, everybody, we're all in agreement about that. It's just a matter of how. How do you get them more involved? Because it's just the Spurs they're gonna make life tough. Then they continue to make life tough. One with defense and hot shooting, need offense flow back in game 3. Wembanyama and the Spurs are still dangerous. I definitely agree they're still dangerous. I thought they found some great flow tonight. I mean, when they were rolling there, second half of the second quarter, all the way through the first 6 minutes of the fourth quarter, like, did they hit threes? Yeah, but you can't call that hot shooting because you're not. It's just so hard to get rim attempts against the Spurs. Now there were a little bit of time there where it seemed like Wemby might be gassed, and you did get some runs, but when this team is locked with the Spurs, meaning when they're locked in defensively, they just make it so hard to get anything. So when you have a three and it's an open three, it's like you got to take it, which is why, there were some open threes that missed that the Knicks took very willingly, and in some instances, kind of maybe early-ish in the clock that they missed, during that Spurs comeback. And I can't even hate on it too much because the difference between that and like the Celtics last year, Celtics this year, I guess, is like it's never a guarantee against this Spurs defense that you're going to get an open look of any kind. It's just not. Even if you're firing on all cylinders, it's just not a guarantee. So when you have an open three, it's like, all right, gotta take it. But I hear you, I feel you, and I definitely want more offensive flow for game 3. 100%. Steve, what's going on, Steve? First time, long time. Welcome aboard. Just want to say thank you. Thank you. The community you've created is special. 2 more. Let's fucking go, Knicks. Man, it's not... I didn't create anything. We have obviously everybody here at Knicks Film School is like, we're all lucky enough to be a part of this, but everybody watching this, we have 3,300 people watching right now. It's 3 a.m. That's the community. That's the community. The community created itself. I just, I'm lucky enough to be the guy in front of the mic. So thank you so much, Steve. Really appreciate that. Jay Momorsky, thank you, man. Appreciate the contribution. Here we go. Another one from Jay Momorsky. Why don't they feed Cat at the end of games rather than going ISO Brunson? Seems like it would be a way better offensive philosophy, especially with his passing. Because I think I don't have a great answer. I don't have a great answer. I think they're confident that with Brunson, you're going to get a shot on goal. Takes away the possibility of a turnover. Takes away the possibility of an offensive foul. But these are like, I don't know. I don't think these are particularly satisfying answers. And I had the same thought as you. Like, is there no play that you could run, when it's getting late, like, to have Cat maybe draw 2 to the ball? And that's what I think would happen, is I think you'd see, if you ran something for Cat late, I think you would see 2 to the ball. And then I guess maybe that's part of their calculation, is because Cat doesn't have like the handle. So it's like he has to make that pass from a standstill position. And maybe they're worrying about, all right, well, if they swarm him and, but look, I'm never going to have a huge issue with the offense because it's just worked so many times and Brunson's so good. But I also get where you're coming from. I thought Brunson got good looks tonight, and when he didn't get looks, they weren't all good. Some of them were good, and he got some good looks for his teammates down the stretch, and that those looks just didn't go down. I'm just never going to have a huge issue with it, but I also, again, hear where you're coming from, and I see what you're saying. Thanks, Jay Momorsky. RJ's Rowweight, New York? I don't know what that is. Remember, nobody is better than dem picks until it's time to be better than dem mother effing picks. That was creative. I like that. Appreciate that. GC Malerbo, also, JB needs to be better. Yeah, for sure. You've been the first one to tell you that. What is 7 to 25? Shit. Stuck up the joint tonight. But he didn't let it linger. He didn't let it affect him. And he made some plays when it counted. But yes, he needs to be better. For the Knicks to win this series, dare I say, he needs to be better. Diego. What's going on, Diego? Diego Mata. Shout out to you, J-Mac. You are Knicks fans. I am one Knicks fan. I don't know that I'm the healthiest representation of Knicks fans, but I do appreciate the sentiment. Thank you. Andrew Badow with another one. Thanks for all the generosity, Andrew. Much appreciated. We are not a team of destiny. We're creating our own destiny, and it's brilliant. Claudio paid me. Speaking of the devil, he's backstage again. Dipped out for a while.
I'm here. No, we here. Oh, Bill Peterfriend. Hello, Bill Peterfriend.
You want to read this from Bill?
Yeah, sure. Hi, Bill. We're all here again. Hi, Kev. This is an incredible ride. Praying you're enjoying this. Thank you to you and your team. 2 more. 2 more indeed. Thank you, Bill. You've been very generous.
Thank you so much, Bill. Really appreciate it. And you have been generous this whole right through. This is like, man, Bill. And again, I said it before. I'll say it again. Bill is someone that I've talked to offline, and just an insanely passionate fan. I know everybody watching this is insanely passionate, but just really appreciate the passion. And it's a good, everything. It all comes from passion. That's all I want to say. It all comes from passion. The good, the bad, the ugly. It all comes from passion.
We're gonna stay up here. Hold on, Kev. We're gonna stay up here. There's a point in every post-game watch along where Macri hits like fumes and autopilots, and we have to like help him to the finish line. So we were like there 20 minutes ago. I finished. So shout out to me being very good at my job. Just have to gloat for a second. Kev, you aware what a H4n is? A Zoom recorder. So
I know what it is. Then.
So the post-game monologue is now available on the podcast feed.
Crazy
for people to. I had it recording during the what's it called, during the monologue. And then when
nice move.
Over, now people that might want to right now listen to the post game on the pod feed, they can do it right now. So this is me trying to think in chess, not checkers.
Shout out to them and shout out to you.
Yes.
Kevin Danishevsky, 79 years, 0 2-0 finals leads until right now. Yeah, the Knicks have never had a 2-0 lead in the finals. How about that?
How about that? I mean, Kevin, they've played in 5 finals. So in 5 finals in like
they've played in.
I know all those teams with all the 8 team leagues. Sorry. How many is it total, John?
This is the 9th time.
The 9th time. Finals. You're right. But since we added like a double-digit amount of teams to the league, they played in 5 finals.
They all count, Andrew.
They all count. You're right. I'm not saying they don't count. Just certain ones we take seriously.
Hazoo, outside of foul trouble in Philly, legit. I don't think Cat has had one bad game in the playoffs, which is absurd. Like he's having an all-time great playoff run. I haven't seen any of the stats since the finals started, but there were definitely some advanced stats comparisons floating around going into the finals that he was in elite company in terms of his postseason. I cannot imagine those numbers have gone down. It's an all-time great run. Thanks, Osh.
You think they extend him? I'm like 90% kidding. I don't care. Like, I think they will, but like
everybody gets paid.
Yeah, we'll leave that for Jeremy.
Everybody gets paid. Parrish Duggar. Parrish is 63 years old. Cat ain't Ewing or Reed. Cat's Cat. Cat's Cat. He's one of one. Ewing had to put an organization on his back for the better part of 15 years. And I will always appreciate him for that. Willis Reed's Willis Reed. Cat's incredible. Cat's incredible in his own way.
This is in reference to what?
I think we were talking about Cat historically.
Okay. I didn't know if some.
I didn't say like,
or his Cat's the greatest center.
No.
Okay. Sorry.
No.
Yeah, my response is so what?
Yeah, he's gonna be in the same category as Ewing and Reed for the rest of his life.
I mean,
let's get this money.
Yeah.
I mean, as you were saying, I am running on fumes, but Bernard King I had as the 8th. This is before Jalen Brunson even got to the Knicks. So like Randall was not up here. Obviously Brunson was not up here, but I had Bernard King as the 8th greatest Knick ever. And he played essentially 3 seasons, one of which the team was atrocious. And I had him 8th and won 2 playoff series. If Karl-Anthony Towns wins a championship, and 1 All-NBA season, 2 All-Star seasons, whether he's finals MVP or not, it's like, he led them on this playoff run. It's going to be tough not to put him above King. It's going to be tough.
You had Melo 4th on there, right?
No, I would never have Carmelo Anthony above Dave DeBusschere.
John, I think you might want to double check your list.
No.
Do me a favor, John, you put the Melo newsletter out the day I got engaged. I thought you did it on purpose, that you made him a top 4 Nick. It might be top 5 Nick, but that's why I remember the Melo newsletter. You probably didn't. I just remember like I was wrong about Carmelo Anthony newsletter, and then one of the best days of my life happened. Not to just make it all about me.
Yeah, go to the next super chat.
Go to the next super chat. Thank you, Parrish. Andrew Badow. Thank you, John. I blame my alcoholism on Cheers and you.
Cheers the show?
No, Cheers and you. Like he's cheersing you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and in no way is that depressing. LFGK. Well,
cheers.
Cheers. I'd like to introduce you to my friend Water, Andrew. Mix that in a little bit. That's all. Thank you, Andrew.
I have water here.
I was talking to Andrew. Hush Zoo. I don't want to pit players against each other, but I'm rooting for Cat to get Finals MVP. I think Jalen Brunson will be fine if Cat wins Finals MVP. JB proved his title, but Cat's been written off by so many blamed for a lot. Along with his family stuff. Hope he gets it. I think he's the front runner as of right now.
Should be. If he's not, it's incorrect.
Yeah. Thank you, Hush. ALC Mad. Yeah, we'll go with that. I can see why Tony Brothers ain't retired, yet that man still cashing in them checks. ALC is mad.
It was bad tonight.
He was very bad tonight. The OG Anunoby 3 free throws on a foul that wasn't called right in front of Tony Brothers' face was pretty insane.
Okay. I knew I'm not fucking insane.
So it's 5. It was 5, right?
I had him 5th. No, I had him ahead of Bill Bradley, Earl Monroe, Bernard King, and then I had Richie Guerin 9th, and I had Charles Oakley 10th. Now, again, this was before Jalen Brunson was with the team.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of this would change, but, Brunson moves into the top 4 ahead of DeBusschere. Cat.
I think if he wins a Finals MVP and a ring.
I mean, he has to go above Melo, doesn't he?
Of course he does. I'm talking about DeBusschere.
We'll have that conversation at a later time.
All right. Summer content.
Dave DeBusschere was a hell.
I'm not. This is now the second post game where I have to tell you that there were 11 teams in the league. I don't need to. I don't want to sound like a ignorant young man at 38 years old.
All right. Find your New York captain. I've been a fan since I was 8. I'm 42 now, so you're a little younger than me. After all this waiting, our moment is a flash in the pan after so many tough times and a tough regular season. I love this, but do you feel a little cheated of more greatness to savor in like me? Oh, I don't. To me, if they could finish this off, it'll be worth every single heartbreak. Like it'll make all of that feel like a drop in the bucket. If they could finish this off like the way they're about to do it, I don't think it's going to end, instantly. But look, at the same time, hasn't just been this year. We've had 4 really, really good years, not to mention the We Here year, which was fun in its own right. It was like a little aperitif, right?
Can I just add something to find your captain? If you did think this was a tough year, like a tough regular season, and potentially you feel like you didn't appreciate a 53 win regular season from a team that was top 5 in offense and defense for most of the year, like if you think you didn't enjoy it as appropriately, if they win 2 more games, you will have all summer to go back and relive any moment that you want to. Like, hey, I didn't cherish the NBA Cup. I didn't cherish Christmas Day when Tyler Kolek led them back. I didn't cherish Brunson against Indiana. I didn't cherish the game against the Spurs at the Garden, right? Like you can go back through time and relive it. In fact, you can go watch some of the bad moments and if you want to, and say, you know what, let's revisit that Pistons game after the All-Star break.
I was about to say, I may
see
have to
how
go
bad it
rewatch
was and see like, oh, you know what?
That's
what they went through. This is what they went through. And lo and behold, like we can go rewatch the Hawks games that they lost and see, oh, this is the last time the Knicks lost the game potentially. So they win 2 more games. You will have all off season, man, all summer. This is going to be a full year-long victory lap because they will be champions anytime they lose a game next year if they win 2 more games.
They'll be champions for the rest of our lives and the rest of their lives.
But the reigning champions,
but
where you want bad loss next year, they lose to the Wizards, right? Trae Young has like a 40-point game in the Garden.
I understand.
You know how I'm gonna get over it? I'm gonna go watch highlights from the 2026 playoffs.
I know. Okay.
Thank you,
I agree. KB and Andor, Knicks and Ozzy Osbourne don't care about the Alamo. Same. Rest in peace, Ozzy Osbourne.
Yes, rest in peace. I don't remember what song he's referencing because I don't remember the Alamo.
Next up, Dash Dingo. What's going on, Dash Dingo? Knicks fan for 35 years. Credit to you. Just got home from the game. Awesome. The emotional connectivity that was shared amongst Knicks fans post-game, pure joy. But the older fans also felt confused. This doesn't happen to us. No, it doesn't. It happens to the other team exclusively. Thanks, Dash. Sam Garcia's dad. What's going on, Ray? John, how am I supposed to believe that this team might lose a game? I can't fathom what I'm seeing. Kudos again to Leon for putting together such an amazing supporting cast. What a team. Hashtag 69 wins. How are you supposed to believe that this team might lose a game? Because they almost did tonight. And then they didn't. And that's all that matters. But thank you. And it's been a good little run here.
Hey Ray, why don't you respect the cup?
Oh dear.
70 wins. Hashtag 70 wins.
Yeah, we have to figure that part out.
Shout out to Ray. I just met Ray at the watch party. Cool dude.
Ray's a good dude.
Ray. Ray's awesome.
He was like,
Ray and Sam
I'm Sam Garcia's dad.
Yeah.
I was like,
yeah. That's awesome.
All right.
You email Ben. Okay, maybe I will email Ben. Coverage has been incredible all series, especially X's and O's. Will there be a Game 3 watch party? As of now, there is no plans for a Game 3 watch party for Knicks Film School, at least. But we'll see. And the X's, Benji and DJ are just incomparable. Lito. What's going on, Lito? I watched Torrey Murray and Jeremy Tyler run pick and rolls. I was so high on Torrey Murray.
Jeremy Tyler was the we got this guy through some weird loophole and we found him, and Torrey Murray. I remember Torrey Murray was like, a good defensive point guard. Crazy.
You know who was the dude? Remember, I think it was John Jenkins.
Yeah, yes. I remember that name. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm making sure. Yeah, John Jenkins. He spent he had 171 games as an NBA player. The last 22 of those were with the Knicks during the 2018-19 season. I was like, he's a shooter. We got ourselves a shooter.
There's so much of that.
John fucking Jenkins.
Now we're about to win the chip after we take care of business 2 more times.
They gotta have a once a Nick, always a Nick float.
2 more.
We gotta take care of business.
Nick float, Kev. Like Damian Dotson on the float.
Oh, factual.
Vance Thomas on the float.
Oh man.
Willie Hernan Gomez on the float.
It would be fire to see Quincy AC.
Kyle
and
Quinn,
Maurice Endower, Earl Barron. I could go on for days.
Those Endor. Like
Luis Endor. Yeah. He's the reason that the Wolves ended up with Cat, and now we ended up with Cat.
Yep.
He gets to be on Cat's
great
float.
game.
Yeah. Ron Baker gets his own float.
Shout out to Ron Baker. He's like selling medical supplies.
So say Dr. Ron Baker.
OG team, what's going on? This finals feels like a total team effort from 1 through 9. Not one or two players dominating the entire game for us to win. Total team effort. They definitely had, I think, more of a team effort than the Spurs have, for sure. I don't even think that's controversial. They've needed it because, you know, their number one guy has not played up to his caliber. So, and everybody's picked up the slack. Thanks, OG team. Chinese Swede, what's going on, man? How are you? Remember that overturned foul because Cat hooked. Then Fox hooked, pulled, double dribbled, traveled, and then got an and one. Yes, I do remember that. That's right. Andrew was losing his shit at that in the moment. Then the Knicks had to challenge for their first free throws of the second half. NBA wants to clone Tony Brothers four times for game 3.
Kev, a blatant double dribble happened in front of our face, and it still wasn't as bad as Mitch's technical foul.
I mean, there was a lot of bad, man.
Yeah. The Richard Jefferson line when OG went to the line, which only happened because of the challenge, right? And Richard Jefferson is at the line, or as OG said, the line goes, how is this the first time the Knicks have been to the free throw line this half?
Yep.
Like with the physicality that we've seen. It's just
it
very
was obvious.
clearly a one-sided whistle, and they still overcame it.
And it didn't matter.
Didn't matter at all. There you go.
Nope.
3 more, John.
Fuck off, Tony. Will Oliver coming home up to Brunson and Hart will be better. I think Brunson and Hart will both be better at home. You know, I know they're not traditionally players that have needed home court to be better. I think they will be better at home. Thanks, Will.
What up, Will?
Conditionals. Holy shit. That's the correct answer.
I gotta say it like it's written. It's all caps, and the I is like
You could do
7
that.
times. Holy shit!
Holy shit.
Ah, like The Wire. Shit.
That's my man, Clay Davis.
Clay Davis. There you go. Shout out
Was
to
the last one?
2 more.
No, one more after this.
Theo. Anthony Randolph, fever dreams, no more. Man.
So much potential.
Got him in the what trade did they get him in?
I don't know, but fever
Is it
dreams.
with Ronnie Turioff?
Man.
No.
Yes,
Ronnie
yes, it
Turioff.
was.
It was.
You guys talk about fever dreams. The amount of time I begged the basketball gods to let Dave Fizdale play, or Mike Miller for that matter, play Ignas Brazdeikis.
Somebody in the chat mentioned Kuzminskis.
Oh, that was the David Lee signing
August
trade.
Kuzminskis. There you go.
That's what it was. That's a terrible.
I remember
I was like, oh, he was in the Stoudemire trade. I'm like, no, they didn't trade for Stoudemire. They signed Stoudemire. It was the David Lee sign and trade.
Yeah.
And then I remember feeling like, oh my God, they got Stoudemire and they picked up Anthony Randolph, you know, for free.
Oh man.
Boy, oh boy.
His name Potential McGee. And this should be the last one.
Potential McGee is crazy.
That's fantastic.
That's awesome, Cat.
El Coriano 11. Hypothetical. I heart here, Cat not. Knicks winning this series? ? Favorite team yet? ? No, they're not. They're down 2-0.
I just watched Isaiah Hartenstein get played off the floor in a series against the Spurs.
In part because the team around him didn't have enough shooting, but yes.
Plus, we would have Julius and we would have Dante.
Well, if this is theoretically like if they had iHeart instead of Cat, no other context, right?
Oh no, that's bad. Yeah.
So if that's the case, I think the Knicks would have a pretty great defense, but Cat's been outstanding defensively now. So
right.
And look, you're right, John. They didn't have enough shooting, but you know why Karl Anthony Towns fixes that problem? Because he can do what iHeart can't. You know?
Yeah, this is my favorite team. For sure. For sure.
This football life.
Just wanted to say a massive thank you for all your work from a New Yorker in Manchester. I'm guessing that's Manchester,
England.
Yeah. This is also a different football.
Oh, there you go. Y'all are the best. Let's go Knicks, baby. Well, thank you for following us from halfway across the world. We appreciate it. What time is it in England? It's probably
Was it 5 hours ahead?
You know what?
It's 8:30.
Or is it 6? No, it's 5.
I'm gonna check the clock. Hold on a second. Manchester?
Yeah. Not by the sea.
Oh, that's a sad movie.
I gotta watch that again.
Well, so Manchester's not available on the clock.
Yeah, say 8:30.
8:30. 8:26 a.m. As it's 3:26 for us. There you go. Not very rewatchable, Manchester by the Sea.
Well, I mean,
It's kind of a if the Knicks when the Knicks lost to the Pacers last year, that's when you go rewatch Manchester by the Sea. You know
Anthony Randolph was drafted 1 pick ahead of?
Who?
I'll give you a hint. He has a twin.
Is it a Morris twin?
No.
Okay.
Robin Lopez.
Is it a Lopez? Okay. Oh, it was at this draft. Okay. So this is 09.
It's
09
a
or 08?
lot.
No, it's 08.
Yeah, 2009. A lot. Or 8. You're right.
Yeah,
08,
2008.
all right.
Yeah, 2009 was a Steph Curry.
A lot of NBA characters in this draft. This is it's first round. Like a lot of people like hung around and like made like impressions from this draft.
Kev, you're a summer league / draft guy. Did you ever go to the draft when it was at the Garden?
No, I've never
No?
gone. I could have gone to like mad at the drafts when it was at the Garden and Barclays. I just always felt like I want to be like watching from home,
Right.
computer, looking stuff up live rather than like being stuck there.
Yeah. So speaking of stuck there, my 2 draft experiences. So my buddies from like high school, big basketball fans, obviously. Back then, here's how I'll age myself. Back then, you couldn't buy tickets online. You actually had to wait online to get tickets to the NBA draft, and it was like first come, first serve at the MSG box office. So, what my buddies did the year before, the 2007, the Kevin Durant draft, was they got to the Garden at 4 a.m, like camped out, made a hangout of it, and bought extra tickets. And statute of limitations, I think I'm safe. Like sold their spares, and then like used the money to go enjoy New York City for the day, and then just walked around comatose until the draft that night. I went with them the next year. They shortened the limit of tickets you could buy to 2. Still was able to like make some money off of it. But then like by the time we got to the draft that night, I was just like, I hate all of these 19, 20-year-olds. I want to go lay in a bed. I've been up since 3 a.m. sitting in a tailgate chair, and then the next year we did the same thing. I sold both of my tickets and just went home and went to bed. Yeah, that was the Steph Curry draft. I was like, there's no way I'm doing this again.
Oh,
They
I
used to have
remember
like
the Steph Curry
interactive
draft.
experiences right outside of MSG though. So like 3-point contest, dunk contest, you could like play with like participate and stuff like they have at Summer League or All-Star Weekend. Yeah, that was way back when. And
Steph
now
Curry draft, I'm speeding down the Jackie Robinson going to Brooklyn. Finally get to my homeboy crib. Double park, leave the car wherever it was, run inside because it was right about the Knicks pick, or it was the pick before. It was when they took Steph, and then I was like, saw the Knicks pick, and I was like, Jordan Hill. All right, let me move my car, and it was like, I was angry.
I remember taking the train home, like again early because I was like, I'm not doing this. I got home. This was pre like the rise of Twitter, so 2009. And word through the train that I was on the Long Island Railroad started like Michael Jackson died. And I was like, what?
Oh.
And that suddenly became like the talk of the evening,
Do you know how many players from the 2008 draft wound up on the Knicks at some point?
Yes.
Ooh. Oh,
7.
Kev's got this.
We're not going to go through all. No,
I don't know. I just know Derrick Rose and it's 7.
Oh, you know what? Hold on.
Well, the first 2 players taken in the draft.
Derrick Rose and Michael Beasley.
Yeah.
Yep.
We're not going to go through all of them now.
Gallinari.
The answer is 9. You guys can go
Reed
through.
Did 3.
There's a lot more.
Just
Courtney
say the other
Lee.
6.
I got him. Courtney Lee, J.R. Giddens.
Yep. DeAndre
Jordan.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, actually, I think I missed one. I think it's 10.
Bill Walker.
Yeah, Henry Walker.
Bill Walker. Hold on. So it is actually 10. So we're on the New York Knicks or played with the New York Knicks. Depends. That changes the answer because Chris Douglas Roberts was on the Knicks but never played a minute for the Knicks. And
Patrick Ewing.
So then it's 11 because he qualifies as well as being on the Knicks.
Junior. Yeah.
Yeah, but never playing for
did
the
I
Knicks. So
miss?
actually the answer is 11. Which is crazy.
That's good trivia.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah. Last one. That one just came in. Last one, and then we'll sign off.
Conditions.
Yep.
Fuck, man, I just finished the game. I'm losing my mind. I love you, J-Mac. I love you, DJ, Zullo, Jeff, Sean, AC, Hush, Zoo, Wendy, Bonteps, Wemby. Love you all.
Wendy Bontemps Wemby is insane.
Somebody found the cocaine.
There you go.
Shouts out
Yeah,
conditionals.
When they went up by 13, Kev, John goes to me, do you have any cocaine? And I was just, he caught me in my tracks. He's like, I don't even know how to react to that. But if I find some, I'll let you know.
I mean, in fairness, I assumed you didn't. Okay.
Correctly. Yeah.
Kev, GMAC, DJ Zullo. I'm Jonathan Macri.
Wemby, Wendy,
No. Fuck off.
Bontemps.
Stop. This has been fun. Thanks to everybody for joining us on what is a night that none of us will ever soon forget, even though I'm not sure how much we'll want to remember tonight for the rest of our lives. Even though, what a surreal evening. I am going to write a few words about this, so if you're interested in reading those, be sure to subscribe to the Knicks Film School newsletter on Substack. Also, be sure to check out my Playoff Hangover episode with Jeff tomorrow. Not sure when we'll be going live, but we will be going live at some point, probably late morning, early afternoon, my guess. Anything else, Andrew? Two more wins.
To get how many?
To get 4.
To get 4. Knicks in 4.
Wait.
I texted Jeff because he put up his Bakker breakdown, and he was like, "These motherfuckers are never losing again." And I just went, "The Jets will lose again before the Knicks did." I can't. This is the most insane playoff run that I've ever seen.
It's insane. And thank you everybody for joining us, and hopefully enjoying that insane playoff run, which is not done yet. 2 more. Yeah, we'll see you back very soon for more fun and games before you know it. Peace out.